PUBGMOBILE. Как ваше настроение еще раз? Круто. Здесь очень классная поддержка. Честно сказать, я безумно рада, потому что Узбекистан является одной из популярных стран по миру спорта. Я желаю вам карьерного роста и удачи. Я уверена, что вы достигнете еще больше высот. Поэтому я сегодня для вас спою. Corporation.
Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting the scheme and how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Metro Royale clash between Central Asia and Southeast Asia. My name is the 7WG alongside Maxman, and it is our pleasure to be able to cast this event. I'm excited, Max. First Metro Royale event that we get a chance to cast. I'm hyped for it. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, technically, I did do the PMWC Metro Royale show match, but you know what? We're going to say this is the first time, Seven. No, it's very exciting. You know, we've been covering the Battle Royale side of things for so long, and it's really fun to see the Metro Royale side of the competitive aspect of PUBG Mobile like actually kick off. And here we're going to have a great cross-region event here of Central Asia versus Southeast Asia. So I'm excited, Seven, to see who's going to come out on top.
I'm excited too. You know what? I'm pretty sure we'll be introducing the teams here shortly. Yesterday, during our rehearsal, we actually got a chance to see a team being able to qualify in GOAT Blockade. And boy, they ended up clutching it up like last match. They were down, what was it, like 3 million? And then made a clutch. I mean, absolute clutch in that last game. Look at this intro too. Ooh.
A ton of third parties, I think it's fair to say so. It is the name of the game from the matches from yesterday. If you did check out the show matches, like third parties all day, every day. But here we're going to have our teams enter very soon. And man, these 6 teams, we got a few big names, Seven, that we're going to get to eventually. But we got some guys that are just going to come in and just wreak absolute havoc.
Вау, дамы и господа, это было невероятно. Добро пожаловать, дамы и господа, добро пожаловать.
And as we were talking about, we might have some surprises coming your way. I mean, we had some veterans of PUBG Mobile Esports gonna be showing up. I don't want to spoil it just yet. You know, kind of want to, but I don't. Do I, Max?
No.
Do I want to spoil
We'll
it?
wait for the players and the teams to enter the stage, and we'll I think we're just going to see his face and be like, wait a minute. We know this guy. And he's like, oh, yeah, it is.
Is that? Oh, I thought you were going to say it there.
Imagine I just spoil it by mistake. No way. There's no way. But yeah, it's going to be a fun time. We got some OGs coming in on the board, and it's still early days, right, Seven? So I do think we don't have a super locked-in meta right now, so we can see like some wild stuff happening in Metro, which I'm really excited to see how that's going to go, and especially on the long term, how that's going to evolve in like, 6 months or a year by now. It's going to be great to see.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen how PUBG Mobile Esports has evolved, right, to the meta that is currently now. Yesterday, we got a chance to see like some of the games that they were able to play to try to qualify here to the PUBG Mobile Metro Royale clash, and we saw a lot of third parties, man.
Yeah.
So many third parties. And something to keep an eye on too is depending on where the spawns are too, depending on where the team spawn, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually end up seeing some early, and I mean early fights from some of these teams, and how they're going to be able to adjust. Do you want to take that fight? Do you want to back away from it? Because I'm pretty sure we'll be talking about the whole tournament here in just a bit. But just to give you a little bit of info, every single elimination is going to be upwards of 300,000 in game. That is a lot of cash, considering that the most expensive item, being a gold pile, is going to be $500,000. So we saw some, I mean, I got to go back to yesterday. We saw some teams just fully focusing on going for those frags.
Yeah.
That they ended up choking at the end, but I mean, that is a strat. You can't only just go for those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, unlike, for example, the BR side of things, here you got to be cautious from the get-go, right? Because the drops for the teams are going to be like randomized. So if you're just spawning next to another team, man, like that fight can start in like literally the first minute or two of that Metro Royale match. And guess what? The maps are pretty small. If a team hits you from a distance, we can maybe swipe the entire teams and get like 300,000 in-game currency per elim. That is massive. So man, fighting is going to be the name of the game here, Seven.
You know what? Before we even get to that fighting, let's introduce some of these teams that we're gonna be getting a chance to watch. And it's gonna be none other than Nong Jing with G9 and a bunch of other setup of their squad. They even have some subs as well. I'm intrigued to see how this team is gonna be able to perform, Max.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how SCA, the first SCA team, is gonna be able to perform. And we're also gonna have our first Central Asia team here, Seven, that did then qualify throughout yesterday's show matches, as you said, of massive comeback towards the end of that tournament. And really, they know the game. They know how it works. They know what they have to do if they want to be the champions here. So even if they might not be in first place at the end of today, they have that comeback potential. So you need to be careful looking at that squad.
I think once we end up looking at the overall, but you know what? Hold on to that thought, because Boars Gaming is coming through. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, that is, oh boy, the veteran. And I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do here in Metro Royale Esports, man, because if he's able to pop off, I mean, we know he definitely has the skill, right? He has the game knowledge, but it's going to be a little bit different here in Metro Royale Esports.
I think especially he's got the confidence, right, to back up potentially winning this. Here we go. Our next team from SEA is going to be Voin Esports. Which Voin, a big name when it comes to SEA here in PMSLs in particular, Seven. So how is that going to translate going into Metro? We don't know. Again, still very early days, but this is definitely a team that can surprise us going into our 6 matches today.
Yeah, and talk about some big names here out of Southeast Asia. We got none other than Sim9. I mean, all of these teams, man, I'm really intrigued to see what kind of strats they're going to be going with. And earlier, I got to go back here with Gold Bapesh. If that team going into the last game, if they're even 3 million away from first place, whoever's in first place better watch out.
Yeah, I think it's the only team that's going to be like 3 million. That's nothing. Like, what? That's my entire like world savings right now. Well, so, yeah, and of course, our last team here for CA is going to be then the side of Brute Force, which has been, again, a team that's been doing really well in PMSL. Well, all these are players that are completely different, so I don't know why I'm making the translation. But these guys, of course, can have some good times enjoying these matches. Of course, a lot of the players we have not seen yet play Seven, except for Goat Bapesh. But if they're on the same level as Goat Bapesh, man, I'm telling you, these games, these lobbies are going to be completely stacked. So I'm very excited to see how it's going to go down. Ooh.
The third parties, the action that's going to be happening too, the strategies as well. Because, Max, I know you've been playing Metro Royale. No, I have played Metro Royale. What is your usual strategy, your go-to? You wanna talk about this, Max?
Why you put me on the spot? Okay, Seven production. Everyone out there that's listening, I have to apologize, but I am in fact a dirty extraction point camper. I love ruining people's games. What can I say? And it's a valid strat in competitive too, Seven. So I might not be the only one. These players, these teams might be doing that strat too, because you're just saying people loot for you, and you just say yoink, that's mine. That's mine too. And you get elimination, I mean, an extra 300k, like, hey, free money. That's what I'm saying.
I was putting you on the spot because I wanted you to say it first, because I'm the same way. Might not be like right up on the extraction, but depending on some tunnels, depending on which map it is, I'm just becoming a tunnel rat. I'm just looking at those tunnels and I'm like, okay, if I hide right here, as long as they don't have a thermal scope, I should be good. They're not gonna be able to spot my short.
if we can't get
So-
Ratto Boy in PMGC, we'll just get Rat straight up in Metro Royale. You know, that's what we're truly gonna get here, Seven. But I mean, even during the matches yesterday, we were looking at Seven, right? We saw some camping in the tunnels, right?
Yeah.
And not even that, just straight up tunnel sandwiches, we're gonna call it. That's the strat. It's a weird name, but we'll go with it. Like, the tunnels are so important. If you can somewhat predict what teams are going to do at a specific point in time, rotation-wise, in on a specific map, just camp that position, and they're just going to be in such a dangerous spot that they can't really leave if they want to. So tunnels are going to be very, very important going into this.
I mean, the main thing, right, is when we go into certain maps, I feel like it becomes a little bit easier, certain maps, to be able to become one of those tunnel extract campers. And it's expected. It's something that usually ends up happening no matter what. I mean, I've seen it. I have gotten eliminated many times before. I just get all the gold, and then they're just waiting for me, Max. Hate to see it, but it happens. It is a strat.
It is a strat. That's the thing. That's exactly how things are going to go. But I think that we've already talked about it. Third party is going to go quite a long way for you in this one. And of course, looking at the prize pool of this tournament, a total prize pools here, Seven, of $50,000. And if you are first place at the end of today, after these 6 matches, you will be going home with a hefty $10,000 in your pocket with some extra little rewards on the side. Like, if you get the most amount of limbs, you get an extra 1K. Like, that's a good day in the office, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that player with the most illims, that is going to be for the whole day. But the one that I'm going to be looking at, honestly, winner of each match gets 4,000, Max, man. That one right there is like, if you're even the last place team when you go into the last match, I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's try to win this match. Let's try to get at least 4,000 in our pockets.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hefty chunk of change if you can win that. And of course, that means you just need to get the most amount of value going out of this one. So it's not going to be who survives the longest. No, that's different game mode, okay? You need to get the most amount of value in your pockets and then extract out of the map. But here you go, looking at our introduction here, of course, for you guys. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people here, Seven, that are new to Metro Royale.
Yes.
So strategy, when it comes down to it, you're going to have to be very careful because you have to leave the map. You just don't have a timer and you have to survive until a certain point. You need to leave the map without losing too many players, hopefully. So it's completely different from your typical PUBG Mobile experience.
Yeah, and talk about the point system, right? I was referring in regards to those player eliminations. I know, I'm sorry I spoiled it for you guys, but I couldn't hold myself, okay? I had to make sure I called it out. But on top of that, the most important part out of Metro Royale is going to be that loot value, the items that you're going to be able to find in-game, all of that sweet stuff. And of course, this starting loadout, in case you're wondering what these players are going to be starting with, don't worry, they're going to be starting off with a solid, absolute solid level 6, about 762 bullets. I feel like that's plenty, especially with my potato aim, Max.
Same for me, you know. But they do come in with the MK14, and the metal sort of weapons between BR and Metro is completely different. MK14 is your go-to weapon. Of course, you got some variety. You see some MG3s and you see some other stuff, but it's going to be AK-47 and the MK14. And also very important to say here, Seven, is for those also who don't play Metro too much, you do have different types of bullets. Here's just going to be the simple refined bullets. So no explosive bullets, no like fiery bullets. It's just going to be your normal refined bullets.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, we're looking at squads right now for Southeast Asia. Well, I'll hold on to what I wanted to say until we actually go in game, because I feel like what you just mentioned in regards to bullet could be a massive upset for some of these teams if they do end up finding some solid emulating ammo or high explosive ammo when we actually get in game. I mean, we just got a chance to see these teams. I can't wait to get into the actual matches and see the strats that we're going to be seeing right away, right? You were talking about completely different strategies, because it's not going to be a battle royale. It is going to be Metro Royale. There can be multiple winners of one match as long as you end up extracting and as long as you end up finding some solid loot. And in regards to loot that I'm going to be looking at, I mean, hear me out. Just try to find those gold piles. Half a mil per gold pile. Yeah, I'm going to want that.
Yeah, you're going to want to go in the radiation zone. 7. That's where you're going to get all the juicy loot. And of course, if you do find a key to a secret room, then you're going to also be looking pretty good. We'll see if some of these players can find it for themselves. Looking at the Central Asia squads, here you go. Again, you've got Boars Gaming, Brute Force, and Goat Bapesh. And all the eyes here, 7, has to be on Old Boy. Like, how is this guy going to transition from BR to Metro? That is what I'm really excited to see how that's going to go down. But one thing we can trust when it comes to Old Boy is that no matter what happens, his aim, we expect it to be absolutely god tier. So, Old Boy, if you see him, you might not see him for long because he might just shoot you right between the eyes. Not a good way to go.
You're gonna be like, wait, there's a player over there. Oh wait, oh man, oh boy ended up knocking me.
And then just see lobby screen. It's like, oh god damn it, I'm done.
It happens. All right, I wouldn't want to be up against them. This is why we're currently casting. As much as I would want to get a chance at trying to win one of these matches, get $4,000 in our pockets. I mean, yeah, let's be honest here. My potato aim is just not it. There you go. Old boy's already telling his coach or whoever that is. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do it. Don't tell anybody. Just wait and watch because you're about to witness greatness. At least I hope, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Imagine it doesn't end up being like that.
I like how you said this is why we're casting. It's like the only reason why we're casting and we're not playing is just to get away from old boy because he's just too scary of a player. That's the only reason we started our career over here this time around. But yeah, so we're gonna get into our matches normally very soon. 7, I'm expecting, and I feel like the first game is going to be quite a very interesting set of pace for these teams, right? Because it's going to be telling if we're going to have some very aggressive early game moments and stuff, or if we're going to be having teams just focusing on looting and fighting late game. But one rule that I don't think we're really going to mention on a graphic here, so I think it's interesting to bring up maybe now, 7, which is every like 5 minutes, the team with the most amount of loot, or at least the highest value in terms of loot, is going to be shown their location on the map to the other teams, which means they're incentivizing fights to go take down the richest team in the lobby, which that is going to be important, 7.
I absolutely love that. So in minute 5, minute 10, and minute 15, by the way, the players do know of this, and they are able to drop some loot before that happens, right? So there's going to be a strategy to this. There's going to be a little bit of tacticalness. But I mean, before we actually started the show, something that you and I were talking about, Max, is what happens if you're possibly in the middle of a fight, or what happens if you're right there on that 5-minute mark, right? And as soon as you're about to start dropping your stuff, a squad just pulls up on you and you start getting shot at. Your whole location is going to be exposed, not only for the squad that's already fighting you, but for everybody else. By the way, for everybody currently watching, I mean, we do have some goodies, and this is just the first ones that we're going to be having. So make sure you redeem them. Maxman, no, don't do it.
I'm getting my device right now. Don't just keep doing the throw, no. We're having quite a few codes throughout the day, by the way, so like go check it out if you want some cool skins. But here's going to be our map rotation, 7, for today. 6 matches. We're going to start off with Old Blockade Zone, the advanced version. Ooh, and then Misty Port going into Arctic Base twice. And then we're going to wrap it up onto Zombie Uprising mode, which that one is going to be even more wacky, even more wild, 7, because you got all these different additions you don't have on the typical maps. So Zombie Uprising has got my full attention. Ooh.
For yours, it's going to be Zombie Uprising. I mean, well, what are you going to become, Max? You want to become a werewolf or a vampiric fiend?
Yes, a vampiric fiend. I will definitely become that. Yeah.
For me, when I was looking at those at the map rotation, I'm actually looking at Arctic Base because it is currently the map in the game that is known for having some of the best loot. So if you're one of those teams, right, maybe your first 2 games don't end up going your way. Once we get to Arctic Base, boy, I'm going to want to take full advantage of whatever's going on. But you know what is going on? The first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be jumping into Old Blockade Zone. And we're going to start out with none already. And I mean, for these squads, they need to be careful because, as I was mentioning earlier, zone spawns are very close to each other. And with the way that this map is actually set up, you can third party so easy some of those fights.
Yeah, you're going to have so many fights happening here because the map is a little bit smaller and teams spawn really close to each other. So if one fight breaks out between 2 teams, then you might have 3 teams, might have 4 fight. I don't expect all 6 teams to fight in one spot. But, you know, if they hear it, especially with the kind of bounty you have on every player of 300,000 in-game currency, then that's definitely going to be worth your time, because third partying from a distance, taking very minimal risks, is going to be super worth it for these teams. So we'll see. But here we go. Checking out the map, actually quite split from one another here, 7, except for Voin and Boar. It seems like Voin is going in the direction of Boar, so we might have a little bit of a clash because Old Boy is split. So got to be careful with him.
Yeah, and okay, you know what? Maybe it's Old Boy trying to do some strats. He knows that there's definitely a team that's going to be spawning right there in Voin, right? And something to kind of keep an eye on too, with Sam 9, what he's currently going to be doing is he's going to be just purchasing some items right there. I mean, you can see Alex looking at that door. He's like, do we want to be able to buy a flare gun? By the way, if you've never played Metro Royale, there is flare guns in this game, and the flare gun can actually allow you to extract. The thing is, though, if you do end up popping that flare gun, it will kind of let everybody know where you're gonna be extracting at, and it will give them a timer around what time you will be extracting. So if you are gonna set up that up, make sure, I'm pretty sure some of the teams are gonna make sure that they are fully set up, and on top of that, that they cover all the angles. Because if it was me and I saw a flare gun, I'm gonna try to third party that. So now we're gonna be looking at board trying to get into a fight here with Voin.
Yeah, and of course, looking at the flares, the thing is that the only reason a team would really want to use the flares because they want to extract. That means they got top tier loot, like they are looted out of their minds.
Yeah.
Unless it's a bait, which it could be, right? You could try and use it as a bait. But if there's a flare, there's a lot of money to be made there, so you might want to try and head that way. But here we go. We're going to have a Ying maybe taking a 5 versus Sem 9. A lot of a back and forth here in the center of the map. While Brute Force also in the distance. So you got to be careful here because Sem 9 are going to struggle. They don't have high ground advantage here, 7. So leaving when G9 is looking at you from that tower, it might be a bit rough to reposition. So a clash, our first fight might be breaking down very soon.
It is going to be tough. By the way, for where Noon is currently at, they need to be careful with the spot because they are going to be in a bit of a chokehold too. To get out of that spot, you are going to be able to jump out of certain situations. As oh my goodness, the 1 HP miracle right there, as Bay was able to just get out of the way. I'm telling you, most of these players are just going to be going there to that shopping center and be like, okay, what's available? Because yesterday when we were able to kind of watch some of the matches, at least from Goat, when they were able to actually get into the game, we ended up seeing some players actually with the thermal scope. If you're able to buy that, you're gonna have such a big advantage over some of the other teams that might not have that thermal scope. And you're gonna see right there Goat being able to eliminate one of the bosses in this match, and they're gonna be rolling for it. I wonder what they're gonna be ended up getting here. Their total earnings right now 297,000. What is it gonna go up by? The thing is that now that you eliminated that boss, everybody knows your location in a way.
Yeah, it's going to be like, oh, that boss was taken down. That means you could possibly got yourself some really good loot. So we're going to be rotating into that. Doesn't seem like they're going to get any really pushing their way currently. They are going to be chilling, though. Brute Force, I was looking at their location here, 7, thinking they might want to try and third party Nongji versus Sem 9, which is currently happening in the center of the map. So they are looking to maybe get a little bit involved here. I did see some players already, 7, having some really damaged level 6 vests, which level 6 vests are great. They're going to tank a lot of damage, but when it's broken against the insane MK14, you're going to take a chunk of damage. So you really want to try and keep your vest, your helmet healthy as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, and something to point out too at Sem 9, I mean, they do have that split, and Alex is currently just having a lot of fun by himself. He's the only player at the moment that is going to be inside radiation. And I feel like that's why Sem 9 is currently at the top in regards to loot value. We're getting a lot closer to that 15-minute mark, Maxman. So Sem 9, your location is about to be exposed if they don't end up dropping anything. And right now, I mean, we're talking about it. They are within a lot of other teams. I don't think that's going to be in their mindset. I don't think it's going to be about dropping all of your status. Their total earnings right now is 945,000.
Yeah, because Alex is looting solo in the radiation zone. Like, I don't know if we can see right on the map feed, but he is split away from the team. While Sem 9, your 3 of the players are just pinched between Nong Ying and also Brute Force. So this is a really tough spot, but Alex is like, he is rich as hell right now. He's bringing a ton of value in that radiation zone. I mean, if you can extract solo, then great, but you don't want to give 3 times 300,000 to possible enemies, right? That is definitely going to be quite rough. And here they're just locked down in 2 buildings. So we'll see how that's going to wrap it up.
You can just see their loot value going up and up. I mean, right now the players are currently fighting, and I feel like the most important thing, if for some reason Alex doesn't have one of those flare guns to be able to extract, is they need to make sure the squad stays alive. If they don't, it's gonna be some tough rotation, especially out of that radiation. As Goat's gonna be making a push there, he's gonna come down very low in regards to health. He's almost fully knocked, but luckily for him, he had his teammates backing him up there. It could have been the first elimination that we could have seen.
Yeah, Arya want to get out of here.
Already seen one.
No cast for you though. Arya gonna have to do that rotate by foot, and he's getting chased down by these agents. You will be able to make quick work of them, but here you go. Another squad's also going to be able to spot him out. Arya's got to get the hell out of here, 7, but Boars, they're just going to be a bit of a pain around their location. But I think they'll be fine. They did lose Pram a little bit earlier in the match. That's already 300k, and Arya will get dropped. And that's going to be an extra 300k, possibly picked up by Goat if they do find the flush.
I think that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do, especially with Goat. We saw them being a little bit aggressive in the previous matches that we've seen out of this team, and they are wanting to be a little bit aggressive here. You know what? They're actually wanting to back off a bit. What's this going to be the strategy right here, Goat? What are you going to be wanting to do? Because all of them are working together, and this is something that I really enjoy seeing. And we got to mention it again, Sam9 right now having the only player in radiation, and this man is going to be looking to just take full advantage. He needs to be careful though, because there is some bosses inside that radiation. There is some characters that can end up knocking you when you least expect it. So please be careful, Alex, especially with the amount of loot that you currently have.
Some characters, he says, some gnarly things are hiding in the radiation zone, so you want to be definitely a little bit careful how you're going to be moving around, especially taking on all of those mobs alone. That means you're going to be losing a lot of your bullets, so you've got to be very careful while you play. Here you go, Sam9 able to pick himself one. Can he get the back-to-back elimination here? Bay HLV is going to have to get out of that shed. His teammate is there to back him up, and that's going to be the double connecting for Sam9. And that's the flush. That's an extra 600k on the board here, Seven. And going on to the two other players of Brute Force. You get a player knocked in the meantime, but that should be able to get rezzed up. Unless that nade is on point, it does a ton of damage. But Ginny's is just able to barely survive that encounter.
Sam9 securing at least 2 eliminations right there. One of the players is crawling not, but Brute Force is trying to actually respond here. They got a little bit too aggressive in regards to Sam9, and they were able to just find angles. Brute Force made it look easy right there. Molotovs are going to be coming through, controlling how this team is going to be pushing up. And right now, all they're saying to Alex is keep on looting. We got it under control at the moment. Even if we just have 3 players, there you go. Genie is going to be able to actually fully heal. That nade is going to come through. It's not going to end up knocking that player there from Brute Force, but they do have one Sam9 player in that compound, in that same building. And here comes the push from Sam9. They're looking to just make sure they fully wipe Brute Force. Are they going to be able to do it? A 2v1, easy elimination right there. And now the full focus is going to go over to the last player there from Brute Force.
Man, the synergy we're seeing from Sam9 is absolutely top tier. And they're doing this as a 3-man while Alex is looting in the radiation zone here, Seven. This is insane. And they just wipe the floor with Brute Force taken out. And that's an extra 1.2 million dollars in the bank right now, in game, of course, not at the prize pool. That would be insane, but they still get a ton.
Wait,
I had to do
tell me more.
I had to do quick math in my head right there, but just 4 eliminations on board, looking so clean for Sam9. And I gotta say here, Seven, Fix Bay, such a good position here. He was able to buy so much time for his teammate to go for the res and then heal and then join back into the fight versus Brute Force. Fix Bay, MVP of that fight for sure. He was way too impactful.
Yeah, 1.2 mil extra added in Metro cash. That's exactly what this team is going to be looking to do. I mean, you still have that one player inside. And the best part out of all that engagement, right, is that they have now full control of 4 Rosshawks. So whenever Alex is done looting, they are pretty much just going to have full rotation. And on top of that, you're going to be able to just possibly end up taking some of the stuff from the other teams. You can see right there, some of the Brute Force players did end up dropping a level 6 helmet. Yeah. It does take a lot of space, so I don't think they're going to be looking to pick that up right away, unless they maybe wait it out a little bit longer towards the end of the match, and they're like, okay, you know what, we're not going to be able to get any other loot, let's just start stacking up our backpacks. But this was the biggest worry for me, that we just saw it happen. Alex being the only player inside radiation with all the loot, with everything going their way, their loot value just absolutely dropped from 1.1 Metro cash million to negative. That is not what you wanted to see, and that was what I was so worried about there, Max, because there's just so much stuff that can happen once you're in radiation, especially if you are a solo player. Luckily for him though, luckily for Alex, the squad is still, the rest of the teammates are still alive. Now for Sam9, it's gonna come down to, okay, do you want to go and loot Alex's body, which I feel like it has to be priority. They just need to be careful. They need to make sure more players don't end up getting eliminated.
Yeah, you still got to be careful because you've got some players avoiding around Sam9, but I would say right now looting Alex's crate is going to be the quintessential play for them. So Sam9, they're going to have to send it, and you got to be quick. You got 9 minutes on the clock, so you got to get in radiation zone, loot it up, get the hell out of radiation zone, hoping, Seven, you don't get third-partied by a team that's going to be camping the exit point of radiation zone, and also get to extraction point if you don't have a flare. A lot to do, not a lot of time to do it, so these got to be so quick, as Alex able to fight then some of those mobs earlier, but I don't know which mob got him, but I can tell you something got him.
Yeah, I think it had to be inside library of radiation zone. I mean, the biggest worry for me was that there is some, I'm just gonna call them two massive characters that can make your health go very, very low. On top of that, you have the wolf pack as well. So yeah, just gotta be a little bit more careful. But one thing that we are gonna be noticing that we currently aren't showing is that one player is gonna try to make its way to the body of Alex and see if he can possibly get all the loot that player was able to achieve.
I think you're going to send more than one player because that means that crate also is exactly where he got eliminated.
Yes.
And he's near those two big characters as a 3 and 7. So you're going to need a little bit of backup if you want to make sure you can get that loot unscathed and get the hell out of dodge. So they're going to send all 3 players, yeah, going in the tunnels right now to get access to Radiation Zone. That is going to be the way for them, which means as of right now, Nongji Ying is going to be the first place team currently in terms of loot value, not in terms of elimination value, but loot value. They are first with one player already extracted, and I think the other players will be joining in his footsteps very soon. So they're going to be looking pretty good, just solidifying a good position, avoiding engagements. But I think that eventually, the further we get in this tournament, 7, I think eliminations are going to be a necessary evil you're going to have to go through if you want to hope to rank first.
Yeah, and I mean, for Sim9, talk about eliminations, right? They already got 1.2 million Metro cash added to their tally, regardless of whatever's going to end up happening for that squad. On top of that, you were just able to mention it too for Nunji. I mean, they already were able to secure some Metro cash in their loot value by having one of those players extract. With the last 3 remaining players, do you actually want to go for that extract as well? If that one player that did ended up extracting had all the loot value that's currently on your tally? Or do you maybe want to play it a little bit slower and see what some of the other teams are going to end up doing? All I know that's going to end up happening here is that there is 6 minutes and 50 seconds left of this match, and they need to figure out what's going to be happening, especially if you are Sem9. Now you have all your players inside Radiation. How are you going to get out of here? And do you possibly have one of those flare guns to be able to extract that we were mentioning earlier?
Yeah, I mean, in 1 minute 30 seconds here, I believe we can have another timer that's going to pop up where we're going to be having the top value team showcased to the other squads right now. Right now, that would be the players of Non-G. They're going to be displayed, especially GM16SS, which is very deep in the middle of the map, pretty close to Goat, pretty close to Voin. So maybe you want to drop your loot. Just make sure. It is very funny, 7, because earlier when Alex got eliminated, I didn't quite see him get eliminated. I thought he dropped the loot so they wouldn't get displayed on the 10-minute timer, but he just got eliminated. So it was like, I thought it was smart until it was not. It's very unfortunate.
Max, I might have cursed him, actually, thinking about it. Because that was the biggest worry. But you know what? Let's not talk about that just yet. Let's talk about Voin currently getting pushed here by Goat. We saw Goat being able to be a little bit aggressive. Voin, by the way, they already have one elimination going their way. They did end up getting one of the players eliminated. And Goat, this is what I was talking about. They do have the choke hold point here on Voin. This is going to be the only way to get out. But Goat needs to be careful. Oh, Bisecta. He was getting a little bit too confident there. The nades are going to be coming in, and he needs to watch out because one nade might be thrown inside that building he's currently at, and he survives it.
Oh, Aria's angle on that rooftop is so damn good. And the thing is also, when you spawn into this game, 7, we didn't talk about it too much. You spawn with 2 grenades, 2 molotovs, 2 smokes. It is very important to hold those for the fights. If you can loot some more, of course, that's fantastic, but man, grenades can do so much work for you. So you really want to try and hold on to them until you're almost 100% positive you're going to hit that grenade throw. And now Bisecta, his very own utility, not going to chuck it. Like, these angles are so hard to push for Goat. You can see they're so hesitant here, 7, but really, the angle is so good. And pops the flare right into the sky. Very interesting location to do it at, 2 here, 7. And they're going to try and play it out around that flare, I guess.
I think they are going to be trying to play that out. Something to keep in mind, though, is that Sem9 was able to now be able to extract out of Radiation. And look at this angle that Dreer was able to find here on the top of this sniper tower. He has just so many angles just from being up top here. But Sem9 is going to start exiting. Sem9 is going to start getting out of there. By the way, Sem9 did end up losing even more players in Radiation. They were more than likely trying to go for that loot. But as you were talking about it, it was a little bit scary because that loot was exactly where Alex ended up dying. He ended up dying for a reason, and I think the same fate might have happened to those players as well.
Yeah, 1 player was not enough, 2 players were not enough. You should have maybe sent all 3 to pick it up at the same time. But at least they don't lose everyone, right? But at this point, yeah, this is a massive L for them, for the side of Sem9. And now they got such a point deficit. The 1.2 million they got from fighting brute force is going to be, like, rendered null, right? Like, they get pretty much nothing in terms of loot value. So this is very, very unfortunate for them to see that go. But yeah, hopefully Fixed Bay will be able to make a quick scurry out of here as Go looking to go for the wide angle here. They're still looking to fight on that position, but man, the angles they're covered are covered are so rough. And here you go.
Ernest looking to get some angles right there on Boy and Goat. They know that they have the timer not on their favor. Molotovs are going to be coming through. I think they forgot about the player that was on top of the roof. Now they're going to be able to realize that he's there. He's going to end up jumping down. Is he going to be able to clutch up a 2v1? He's staying alive. He's jumping up and down. He's not going to be enough as he ends up getting knocked. And Goat does end up taking over for Rosshawk. It's time for them to loot. Luckily for Boyd, though, we got to point it out, is they were able to jump away from this fight of at least one player land, and he's looking to be able to airstrap, but he needs to be able to do that quickly.
Yeah, got to be very careful. By the way, while this fight is happening, Boars are chilling on the northeastern edge of the map. They are looking to extract already. One player got extracted. They got one elimination for themselves, so that's an extra 300k in the bank. Though in terms of loot value here, minus 150,000. So not going to be looking too good in that sense. Right now, the only team who's got positive loot value is going to be non-G Yin. So they're going to be looking pretty good if they can find a way to extract. But they are going to be involved in a fight, are able to dodge those final few bullets of Ernest. They're just in a position here, Seven, where they have to take the fight. The grenade comes on through. Will it connect? It will not, unfortunately. And followed up with the AKM spray. That's going to be Ernest getting the knock into a flush and an extra 300k right in the bank.
Just keep adding those eliminations up to the tally. I don't remember quite well where the flare gun was called at. I think it would have, think about it being here in for Rosshawk. And I wonder if this is what these teams are trying to go for. They might be so far away from it. But you know what? Besekta is going to be able to confirm another elimination here for none other than GOAT. This is a team, I mean, I didn't want to say it earlier, but I'm hoping that they do end up performing like this on the next matches too, because now they have 4 eliminations up to their tally, 3 players still alive, but not enough time. They need to figure out how they're going to end up extracting out of this lobby.
Wait, Nonji just went to negative 900,000 after losing those players. I guess all of the good loot was on that player's crate and they just picking it up. Look at that. GOAT or just, oh yes. Give me all of that good stuff. I'm taking it. It's going to be also red crate, which means some good stuff should be in there. I'm not sure if we saw any gold bars picked up by any of the players, but right now GOAT are just going to start to pick up some positive income in their bank account. And an extra 4 eliminations too, 1.2 million on board. So I think that GOAT here, 7, are going to normally be your winners of the first game. It's going to be pretty straightforward here. Yep. Yeah, GOAT are going to win it. They got the extraction point with the flare, and they are getting the hell out of here.
And GOAT, I mean, I feel like GOAT played that out so perfect, especially whenever they were able to fight there in for Rosshawk. They waited for the right moment, right? It didn't look like it was going to end up going their way at one point, but they saw the moment to strike. They ended up getting that knock, and they ended up fully sending it. 4 eliminations added to their tally. I'm sure that team would have been able to add more, but I feel like the biggest storyline out of this first match, at least for me, I don't know if it's going to be the same one for you, Maxman, it's going to be Sem 9.
Yes.
Everything looks so promising for them right up until the moment that Alex ended up getting knocked, and then they went from being first place in regards to loot to absolutely last. Luckily for that team, actually not even last, 5th place. Luckily for that team, they did end up getting some eliminations by Good Papesh being able to be the team with the most loot value out of that first match.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree in terms of like the biggest storyline of this game. It has to be Alex and the team of Sem 9, right? Like losing that player, losing all of the value, sending 2 extra players, going out to the radiation zone, getting nothing for your troubles pretty much. Sure, they had a great fight versus Brute Force, like we cannot take that away from them, 7. But really, Radiation Zone is no joke. If you're going to go Radiation Zone, you need to be fully prepped up to go into that location because, man, you're going to take damage over time if you're not fully, like, prepared to go in a Radiation Zone. You got some insane mobs over there that, if you're not careful, are just going to chop your head right off. So you got to be careful. If you go in, you might get, like, an insane amount of value in your bank account, or you might just, unfortunately, lose everything you had in the first place. So, yeah, if you go there, you better be prepared.
Yeah, and the thing is that lock boxes are disabled, okay?
Also.
So even if he was able to find a gold pile, even if he was able to find gold, he wasn't going to be able to put that in his lockbox. He had to make sure he extracted. Maybe he ended up getting a little bit too greedy, but I mean, this is what happens, right? This is the first time that we're seeing, I guess, in our perspective, Metro Royale esports. They're going to have to take a little bit of time to figure out, okay, you know what? Maybe next time we don't end up sending 1 player, or if we do end up sending 1 player, we tell him not to be too greedy, because that's what ends up happening to me, Max. I end up getting too greedy. I just want to be able to do a bunch of stuff. I just keep seeing gold. I keep seeing gold. I keep seeing my Metro cash going up, and I just want to keep going. And then there's a there's a mob of dogs that just comes and absolutely destroys me.
Let's go gambling, and then you just unfortunately you put everything on red and it's black. You just, oh, I guess I lost everything over there in the radiation zone. By the way, if you go and head on over right now in this season, go play Metro Royale from the 18th to the 22nd, you can earn some fantastic rewards. You can see right here below my camera. And not gonna lie, loot is pretty important here, and you can get some really cool stuff out of those crates, Seven. So go play right now until the 22nd. You got 2 more days left, so you better be quick.
I have your short on Metro Cash. I saw some Metro Cash there too, of being one of those things. So you know what, just go for it. I really hope here when we end up looking at the highlights, I kind of want to end up seeing. I'm sorry, Alex from 7-9, but there you go. This is what I wanted to see. He ended up getting stuck. I'm telling you, it was 2 massive guys that can destroy you, and that's exactly how it ended up happening. He ended up not being able to jump out of that window because there was a dog right there kind of blocking the window as well, and he just got overrun.
Seems like the mobs have strategies of their own, just blocking out your escape route completely. But yeah, you got to be very careful. I think especially when you're getting chased down by those absolute behemoths in a building, it just becomes a horror movie at that point. It's just not the way to go, and you just lost again all of that value. And the fact that that crate was dropped in that location too, Seven, that means that they have to go back into a building versus those 3 mobs all at once, even with 2 players. You saw how much damage they did with just 1 swing. Bro, they are not to be messed with. So if you're going in, you have to go as a 4-man team. I'd even have to say here, Seven, because 1 player, well, 2 players is not going to cut it.
Well, the thing is, if you use 2 players, one thing that you could actually end up doing in a strat that I usually end up doing is use one of the other players to distract one of those guys. But I mean, we got to talk about the winning team here. We'll go back to 7-9, all right? We'll talk about some strategies that this teams might be able to do. But the total loot value out of that match, 1.7 million Metro Cash, and that is how you want to start the day. I know it's actually a little bit low, and for some of the other teams, I mean, we're gonna be going into Misty Port, and I know once we get to Arctic Base, that's gonna be a massive, I mean, absolutely massive map for a lot of the teams that might not had the best luck in the first 2 matches, because the amount of loot value that's gonna be available there, I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, if you're able to get yourself in radiation zone for Goat Bapesh in particular, man, I'm telling you, they're going to come out multi-millionaires. I was going to say billionaires, but I don't think it's going to be feasible in like 6 matches here, Seven. They can try and get as high as they want.
Tell me more.
Tell me more, billionaires.
Billions.
would be great, but yeah, right now, Goat Bapesh, I mean, they showed it in yesterday's show matches, right, Seven, how good they were able to execute that comeback you mentioned earlier in the very last game, which means to me they have a great understanding of the game. They're not going to take too big a risk. They're just going to go for some consistent income and make some big plays if it's required for them to jump higher in the ranking. So Goat currently the big contender here for this trophy.
Yeah, and I think for, I mean, I gotta talk a little bit more about 7-9. They should have used one of those other players to just absolutely distract the monkeys that were there, okay? Just distract them next time. For the chosen one, none other than Misty. I mean, we saw this player being able to get eliminations. We saw them being able to get some earnings too, and that's why he is the chosen one out of that first match. And for Goat, this is how you want to be able to start. Remember, this team was able to just barely qualify into this event yesterday by being down 3 million Metro Cash going to the last game. They ended up clutching it up. And if this is a sign of what's to come, I'm all for it, man, because we got a chance to see some great plays. As much as I would have loved to see 7-9 being able to extract with all the loot value that Alex was racking up there in radiation.
Yeah.
They had some great plays. They had some great engagements, and they were aggressive. That's something that I was looking forward to see how these teams were going to be playing, how aggressive they were going to be, and that's one team that was definitely aggressive there in the first match.
They were aggressive, but those monkeys were even more aggressive. Unfortunately, it was not going to go their way. And one team that was trying to play it more passive here, 7, we're not talking about them too much here, is Balls Gaming, right? They were trying to get out of dodge, avoid as many fights as they possibly can. And you can see, unfortunately, in terms of loot value, when you don't go in the radiation zone and you don't fight, it is quite average. So right now, I'd say Balls, playing it passive could be good if you want to go into the radiation zone, but going outside radiation zone, you don't really get a good bang for your buck. So Balls might have to be looking for those engagements, or at least for the radiation zone, a little bit more, because here, they might just get an average performance. This is not going to be a consistent play style that's going to reward you with a first place in my eyes. So Balls, let's get aggressive. Let's go for it.
Yeah, looking back at how that team played, they were just pretty much playing the outer edge of the whole map. They were just rotating around. They weren't even trying to go towards for Rosshawk. They weren't trying to go towards those fights. I think at one point that they could possibly taken a fight between GOAT, but they decided to back away from it. And that's the difference that you see, right? Because GOAT was very close to that team whenever they were at base, and GOAT said, you know what, we got to send it here. We got to go all the way back to Fort Rosshawk. We got to make sure we at least eliminate some players, try to take their loot, hope that somebody's going to be coming out of radiation. It didn't end up happening, but I feel like that's the mindset that some of these players were going to be having. So going forward, I mean, going into the next couple matches, honestly, I mean, the next one is going to be Misty Port. I'm hoping they end up sending teams. I'm hoping you guys end up sending at least 2 guys into radiation. Don't just send 1. We saw what happened to Alex. Let's not let it happen again.
I mean, from looking at the mobs, I'm saving maybe a full team. Might be necessary, but here we go. Looking at the current scoreboards after one single game, man, Goat Bapesh with the eliminations on board. Oh my god, absolute bank here, Sever. What is going on? 6.3 mil pretty much. Woo! Let's go.
Talk about this too. I actually didn't think the loot value was going to be that high whenever we're watching it in game, and for that team to be able to extract with that is going to be a massive, I mean, absolutely massive jump up, which just leaves me wondering even more. Okay, what would have happened if some of the other teams went into radiation, were able to extract with it, and were also able to get those eliminations? I think we would have possibly seen some outlandish numbers here to start off the day. But you know what, 6 mil, we'll take it. Not bad. We'll definitely take it.
For the first one, yeah. I mean, you have to agree with that right now. It's just right now, not even just a 6 million like income that they were able to get, but also a massive lead they were able to create in one single game. Right now, also, if you do want to get yourself a really cool Vector comic pop skin, you got 4 codes down there, and each code can be redeemed 50 times. That means 200 people can redeem this skin right now for free. And by the way, it is not a limited skin do you have for like 3 days or 7 days. No, like, we don't want those. We want permanent skins. And that, in fact, is a permanent skin. So if you don't have yourself a cool Vector skin, go redeem one of those codes right now. But be quick, because they're going to go very quickly, as I'm going to redeem it on my 50 devices. 7 is going to go quick.
You just have them all lined up. You're just going to be looking at every single little thing. Okay, redeem, redeem, redeem. And the thing is, for everybody currently watching it on YouTube, there is going to be a link pinned in the comments. You can try to redeem it that way as well. But I mean, if I'm some of these squads, if I'm looking at the leaderboard, I'm going to be wondering how we can bounce back in this second match. And you got to make it happen in the second match. The thing on Misty Port is, especially for some of the other teams, for Boar, one team that didn't want to fight right in the first match, I feel like you got to change that strat. I feel like you're definitely gonna have to position yourselves to at least take some engagements. Yeah,
maybe you don't have to fight early game right here, 7, but you got to be attentive to shots being taken. Though third partying can be a double-edged sword. We saw it last game with Brute Force, right? They see 2 teams fighting in the middle of the map. They're like, oh, we're gonna get involved and we're gonna get easy eliminations, right? Until 7-9 said, sit down, give me your money and get out of here. And it pretty much worked out, because the third team, I think it was Boyne at that point, that just dodged the fight entirely, and then it just turns into a team versus team fight, and it's just not going to quite work out for you. So you got to be very careful. If you're third party, you got to make sure you not only have the right amount of information, but also you're in full control of the terrain, because teams can rotate in such a way that it really puts you in the toughest position. So third parties can be good, but always quite a bit risky, as Nongji here, 7, are going to be in the tunnels, making their way forward towards the center of the map, getting a little bit closer to Brute Force towards school.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Sim 9 as well. They're looking to get a little bit closer there towards radiation. I mean, you got to go through those tunnels, though, and you got to make sure you don't end up losing any players. Boar is going to be looking to get to radiation as well. So a team that wouldn't really see much engagements out of in that first match, we might end up seeing some engagements here in the tunnels as they try to go towards radiation. There you go, Boar, making that push. And the thing is, though, once you make that push in, you better watch out, because you know some teams they're going to be waiting for you, whatever the case might be. They're going to be looking to third party you in one way or another.
Yeah, you got to be very careful when you go into that position. We'll see if 4 players are going to be enough to deal with the mobs in radiation. It should, hopefully, but I mean, that amount of damage we saw earlier, right, is like, you don't want to get 1v4'd by like one mob. I feel like that's what would happen to me, so I would be very careful if I'm heading over there. But look at that Sim 9, man, their loot value already almost 500k. They are just blasting through those crates, getting all the loot they need. The thing is now, they are going to be quite high value. We are about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from the top team in terms of value being revealed on the map. So Sem9's got to be careful. Do you want to drop the loot, or are you going to allow teams to close the gap with you and maybe engage your position?
Sem9 being able to get even more loot value there out of the crate that Bay was able to open. And I think at the moment, one team that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on is Boars Gaming. I know that they're currently in 6th place there on your right-hand side, but they are the only squad that is going to be even close to Radiation. They're about to actually be fully inside Radiation, and I feel like that loot value is going to go at massively. Sem9.
They lost the player. Look at their value. Minus 40k already. They just went down instantly. It really goes to show here, Seven. One player, he goes out, and your entire game plan can just fall apart instantly. And now they even lose Alex. Not to a Monkey this time, but to a plays of Goat. So it's... Man, they are having a really tough time. They show they can take some fights, but here it is going to be the backstab happening, and Goat are just going to be completely clearing this location. And yes, Sem9 already to almost minus 1 million. They're getting there slowly but surely. And this is not the game Sem9 wanted here, Seven. It is not going the way they wanted.
Ate was trying to find some angles there into the other squads, especially into Gold. He knew exactly where that player was going to be at, but he wasn't able to find an angle, and he almost ended up getting knocked. He does end up getting knocked now, and if Gold is going to be the same as match 1, we know that they're going to be pushing this out. But the thing is, Sem9 is thinking that they're going to be able to freely rotate out of this. They don't realize that Void is going to be right next to them. And I think this player, Genius, is going to be able to get knocked. Yeah, but he's not going to be able to respond right in time. Actually, he might be able to respond. He tries to 180 that player, but it's not going to be enough as Void ends up getting that last player from Sem9. Sem9 looked promising. They were in 1st place in regards to loot, and just in a blink of an eye, they get eliminated.
We can't live into the radiation zone. We can't live outside the radiation zone. But what the hell do we do at this point? There's just no good game plan. But I do love how that player of Sem9 was just trying to hide in a bush and just hope that the player's going up against as an NPC, like, that's probably the wind. Just completely looks elsewhere. But no, unfortunately, you were spotted out, and that is a very big negative number. 7 minus 3.1 million and no elimination. So this is going to be a big fat bubble coming their way, unfortunately. So not quite the game they wanted, though. Boars Gaming spent already a lot of time here, Seven, in the radiation zone, but the loot they have is still quite small, so I think they just haven't got to those big loot dense areas just yet. They're going to get there eventually. Trust, we'll get there.
Yeah, I think with so much freedom that they currently have to, and I think you got to keep in mind too, they're making sure that they work a buddy system. They don't want to get anybody end up getting knocked. But the way Brute Force was able to take care of the boss that was in school, and that's why you see their loot value just going up and up and up. But for one thing that I want to point out in regards to Goat, great push out of them. Great surprising that they were able to do on Sem9 as well, right? For Void, great third partying as well. And Void is looking to be aggressive here. Void doesn't want to wait too long. Void wants to be the aggressors, and they're going to be pushing the action here, but a little bit too scary there. Void deciding to go through a door with not your weapon out, not what you want to see, not the start of a push that you want to see out of that team.
He's going to be able to get the res on the backside, though, but yeah, Scorpic-ish is going to be normally back up on his 2 feet very, very soon. Void's going to be fully committing to this fight because we saw around this area, right, Seven, it is so massively open that if you try to exit while a team is still alive inside these buildings, guess what? You're just going to get completely wrecked as you're trying to transition away from this spot. So here, the Sector's going to try and go for the engage, trying to wrap up this fight over the rail of the staircase, and that is going to be the flush. Extra 300k in the bank. The full team joined up, wants a piece of that loot. And now Void just trying to get the hell out of here. But are they going to let that happen? Are Goat going to let you get away with your life? Or are they going to chase you down for an extra 600,000? I think that might be the game plan. But right now, in terms of information, it doesn't seem like Goat have full intel on where those 2 players currently stand.
I think they might have a bit of an idea.
Wait, Seven.
As you have right now, Merge just looking at that angle, and I think that we're able to knock one of those players right there. As Goat is gonna, I mean, if they did end up getting that knock, they're just gonna be looking to make that full push there on Void. A 4v2, great hold out of Goat too, and a bit of a throw I feel like there from the Void player that decided to go through that door,
Seven.
not being careful, not worrying about anything.
Wait, talking about throws, Boars lost 2 players. I just realized I was so focused on this fight. They lost 2 players. They're at minus 600k right now. They lost 2 players to the radiation zone. Oh my word, the radiation zone just claiming life after life in these 2 matches already. How did that go down? I have no idea, but... And Boars had so much potential, but it's down the drain already. Man, the radiation zone is deadly.
It is. It is going to be very deadly. And for everybody currently watching at home, if you have played Metro Royale before, you'd be like, well, how are these players dying in the radiation? Don't they have really good ammo? Keep in mind, the ammo that these players are going to be using is going to be refined. It's not high explosive. It's not emulating. So they are at a bit of a disadvantage. And I feel like that's why we're starting to see players get knocked, especially when they end up going to radiation. What looked promising for Boars there, oh, it's gonna be scary. Remember what happened to Sem9? They ended up sending up Alex in the first game, then they ended up sending 2 backup players. They ended up getting eliminated too. And for Boars, what do you end up doing at this point? Do you try to go for whatever loot your players had, or do you just play it safe and try to get out of here with whatever loot the 2 players that are currently alive currently have? And you know what? Voin is now going to be holding off the fight here against Goat. Goat is making a full push. They're being aggressive. I'm absolutely loving what I've seen out of this team, as Voin Land is the last one alive and the last one standing for Voin, as Goat's just going to be making a push, and that is going to be an easy, absolutely easy squad wipe for Goat, as they now have 7 eliminations.
Oh, and you know with that loot, they're going to get in the positives very soon. They already have... Wait, am I saying that? 7 elims? They got 7 elims.
7.
They got 7 elims. Okay, Goat win. Just give them the trophy. Like, come on.
Do the math.
Do the math. Okay, I know.
Yes.
I let me Google this. 300 times
2.1 million.
2.1 million.
2.1 million.
2.1 million.
Cash.
There you go. It is done. Math is not my
It's okay,
forte.
Max.
I'm trying.
I had to do math. Okay, I know I said it before. I gotta say it again too, since it's a new broadcast. My dad's an accountant, man. I had to do math. I had to make that
Yeah,
easy
no
for me.
choice.
Now for this squad, wow, Goat, you already have so much money to your name. Do you try to make that push? Do you try to actually go? By the way, Brute Force, look what Brute Force currently has. No wonder their loot value is so up. They have a player with the gold pile added to their tally. That's going to be looking nice. I'm sure that player is going to be looking to not get eliminated. And at what point, if you're that player with the gold pile and you're the rest of the squad for Brute Force, you say, okay, do we just make them extract and at least secure some money?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I wanted to talk about it in the first game, but I wanted to like roll this kind of like strat by you. It is feasible, at least in my eyes, to just give all of the high value items to one player, get them out of there, just to lock down that and remain as the 3-man team. If you still want to fight, if you still want to keep looting, like getting that one person, giving all of their loot, that loot to them and getting them out, I think is a valid strat, right? You would say?
Yep. Yeah, I think it is. Secure some money. We've seen what has happened to some of these teams. But the way, Sem9 eliminated, Voin eliminated. On top of that, you have Boars. I mean, they're gonna have those 2 players eliminated too. And for Goat, something that I kind of want to keep an eye on, as you can see there, non-G, one of the players has at least 1 gold pile. They're also going to be able to have some of the other red items and a little bit higher tier equipment added to their loot value. If I'm Goat, 2.1 million already secure in Metro cash just from eliminations alone, I think I'm willing to take the risk to go into radiation. I think I'm willing to take the risk to see if I could possibly make it an even higher and just take an insane lead after 2 matches.
I mean, Boars right now is the last 2 players. It's gonna be a rough one right now. They could get an extra 2 eliminations, maybe go up to 9 right now, and loot up what's left inside of radiation zone with 10 minutes to spare. That is a long amount of time right here, 7. So I'm telling you, Go, they came in with a game plan, and it is working flawlessly right now for them, losing not even well, actually they did lose 1 player, but not losing any kind of like loot in the process. They're looking absolutely fantastic. And here you go, some of the players are going to be now in the radiation zone, and they already encountered some players off Boar, but do they know Boar is down to a duo, or do they expect it to be a full squad? If it's a full squad and you're down as a 3-man, do you really want to commit to it? Go are going to have to make a big decision if they want to commit or if they want to call it a day.
I think for Goat, I'm telling you, you already have so much money secure in regards to eliminations. You gotta go for it. Why not? Take the risk if you're wanting to take it, especially because if you do end up fighting with Boar, and I feel like they are aware that Boar is gonna be inside radiation as well, this could be the strat too. Remember, we talk about rat tunnels. This might be the play. Just set up some rat tunnels there for Boar. They know Boar is very close by. Possibly end up getting an extra 2 eliminations added to your tally, an extra 600k added to your tally, and then possibly ends up sending the players. The thing though that we got to keep in mind here is going to be the timer. How much time is left on this match? Does anybody have any of those flare guns to be able to extract, or what's the strategy going to be looking like in regards to that? By the way, non-G has already 1 player that decided to extract. I wonder what kind of loot value that man had.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Didn't quite check it out earlier, but if you extracted, you would hope that you got some decent value out of it. As still looking on the map, trying to see the Boar's Goat situation. Goat did go backwards. I think I think Goat are gonna camp here. I think that's the game plan for Goat. Let Boars get all of the loot. They camp in the exit of the tunnels that like link the main map with the radiation zone. It could work out here. Boars has got to be very careful when they decide to leave the not the extraction zone, the radiation zone. Because man, all of that loot going to Goat plus extra 2 eliminations, bringing them up to 9. This game plan of Goat is looking so good because they know as a fact 7 a team is there. They took shots. They know some people are in the radiation zone, so they're just going to camp it out and just hope that the team comes through their tunnel and get some free loot and some free limbs.
Yeah, they do have another tunnel that they could go through, and I think Old Boy might just remember that, and he's trying to go back to it and see if there's anybody that be camping that. That way he can tell next the other player from board that's currently alive, hey, you know what, just back up from that fight. You don't want to be able to take that fight. Just don't worry about it. We'll worry about possibly trying to extract as non-G. I mean, they were able to have that player, and I think the player that ended up extracting earlier was the player that did have that gold bar in his loot value. So that's going to be at least 200k that team's going to be able to secure. But Brute Force, they've been chilling. They've been hanging around for the longest time. We're at 6 minutes and 30 seconds left of this match. They need to do something. I want to see a little bit more here out of Brute Force. I know they currently have almost 2 million Metro Cash added to their value, but I want to see some fighting.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Nongying right now are getting approached. In 1 minute 20 seconds, if the fight has not begun, they will be able to see the location of Brute Force, which currently in terms of loot value is the highest, right, 7. So they can get informed if the fight doesn't break out soon that they are getting approached by Brute Force. So just keep that in mind. That could be very interesting when we do hit that 5-minute remaining point. As there you go, got to fight that flamethrower, that pesky flamethrower. And might want to try and have your team back you up here, but you're going to make some noise, and that might be some noise that Brute Force can hear. Shots have been taken. He's just jumping around like...
Say, don't shoot me. Don't do it, please. The Molotovs are going to be coming down. I mean, they got to be careful, actually. Even though the boss... There you go. They were able to knock the boss. It is going to be some red in there, but you were mentioning Brute Force is going to be able to hear these shots. They could end up setting up themselves up to just gatekeep this team in a way, because the way that this area kind of works in, Brute Force is going to have the height advantage. Brute Force might be able to actually set themselves up to just gatekeep this squad. Who knows, though? You know what? It's only 2 players left right now from non-G. It's easier to say, okay, Brute Force should be able to do that, but honestly, up to this point, with what we've been able to see out of their squads, it's exactly what we're going to see out of Brute Force. They're wanting to be able to gatekeep. They're looking for the action. They don't know how many players are going to be left from non-G. They don't even know that it's going to be non-G, but they're looking to get those angles. And right now, I mean, Lunatic, he was able to get some information there. He knows that at least one of those players is going to be in there.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2v4 right now in favor of Brute Force. Though, Brute Force got to be careful. They got 2 million in loot value in their backpacks. So maybe you send a player to extract over to the eastern edge. There's an extraction point, I believe, for them right now available. So that could be a really good way to take a 3v2 fight. The thing is, do they know there are only 2 players of Nongying in this building? Or they're just going to, like, send everything they can and try and survive? But he's got some gold bars there, I can see.
He does have some gold bars. And the thing that I'm actually wondering is, okay, the gold piled. That was 1 gold pile. That's half a mil. And they're wanting to, they're wanting to actually take the fight here. And the lockbox is enabled. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But Lunatic, this is what I like out of Lunatic right now. He's trying to find a different angle. He's trying to make sure that the team is not going to be able to back away. And right now, if you're non-G, it's looking bad for you. You're going to be absolutely trapped, and you're going to be hoping that you can get at least the first knock.
You got to be careful. Formula going to try and close that gap with the grenades. Got 2 grenades in hand, so you better make them count. Bounces it out. Takes some damage himself. Oh, that's not the way you want to go about it. His final nade is going to be used up here. Molotov's going to be on the floor, spreading out onto G9. Does some significant damage here, but they just got 1 exit point really with this door, so they got to be super careful. If they want to engage that fight, you might want to try and go even further back in the building. But Nongying here is 7. I think they're just locked down. Lunatic, that res should be able to come through. I do believe he's not in like an immediate threatened position. But look, how do you get away from here? They're just locked in this room.
They are going to have to fight their way out. And for Lunatic, there you go. They're finally going back to pick him up. And non-G, I mean, I felt like they played that so well. But now, how much stuff do you currently have left, right? How much utilities? You can see this player still one grenade, one Molotov as well, some smokes as well. But how long are you going to be able to hold them off? And how long does Brute Force actually want to be able to stick with this fight? With the loot value that you currently have, You know that this squad is able to defend quite well. Do you just want to be able to back off and secure some, at least secure some loot? I don't know. They're starting to back off a little bit. I think they're rethinking their strategy. They're rethinking what they're going to be able to do. And Nanji, one of the players right there, ends up getting picked up a little bit by the Molotov. But a Brute Force, playing it smart, playing it safe, it seems like.
Yeah, you can see also for Brute Force their like helmets and vests are looking really good. Actually, wait, one of the players had a tier 4 helmet. So I guess it was already significantly damaged. Had to shift it over to a tier 4 helmet. So it seemed like they just want to leave because look at the timer. You only got 150 seconds left, so you need to extract. You need to get all of that loot under your belt in the ranking. So yeah, like, okay, this fight's taking way too long. Really good play actually coming out from the side of Nongying, I would say here, Seven. Delaying it as much as possible to the point where the team has to extract is a very smart approach. I gotta say, respectful play coming out from them. And Brute Force like, yeah, not worth it. We got 2 mil in the bank. Let's just get out of here and call it a day.
Yeah, exactly what we expected out of this team, right? On top of that, you have Boar that was able to actually end up extracting with those 2 players from Radiation. We didn't end up seeing that engagement, so good out of Old Boy. He was able to just go to the other tunnel, make sure that they ended up getting out of there. And for Brute Force, this is, I feel like for that team, especially after how great Nanji was able to hold those angles, hold that compound, hold themselves and defend, that is the play that you want to see out of Nanji right there, forcing Brute Force to back away from that fight and forcing them to extract.
Yeah, there you go. They're next to the extraction point. You know, more than enough time to make it out with those 80 remaining seconds. But really, looking at the winners of this game, it's GOAT, Bapesh. Like, sure, Brute Force, you get 2 million, but like, GOAT with the already 230k they have and the 7 eliminations, that's racking up to an extra 2.1 million in-game currency. They're going to be not only again in first place, they're just going to be lengthening their lead at this point, Seven. So really, winners, like champions contender, GOAT Babesh, like it has to be said right now. They are currently at this point in time the team to take down.
They're just looking on a roll, man. They're looking at what some of the other teams were able to do. The way that they were able to actually control the fights early on, I thought that was actually quite impressive out of that team, the way that they were able to defend themselves as well. Go Bapesh, and they didn't overextend. That's something that I was actually a little bit worried about whenever we saw them pushing towards Radiation, and they ended up camping a little bit longer too in the tunnels. They weren't willing to overextend it. I thought they might have been a little bit more aggressive because everything that they had going their way, right? They already had money towards their name. Now Nanji, this player, is looking to see if he could possibly end up spotting somebody else, but I think at this point he's just looking. He's just waiting. He's waiting for the right moment, and there you go. I think he might have been a little bit scared. He thought that Brute Force was still going to be somewhere in the surroundings. But yeah, I'm with you. I think GOAT, the way that they were able to just execute the game plan here on Sem 9 early on, and on top of that on some of the other squads, and being able to just get those eliminations, Bapesh is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about GOAT not overextended. They did overextend for like a split second. They got a few shots taken at them by Boars, and I think they're like, okay, this is not quite worth it. We don't have enough information of what's happening in the radiation zone. We're just going to go back into the tunnel, camp it out. But also good play, as you said earlier, from Boars, where they're able to go into the other tunnel to avoid that tunnel camping. So really good game plans here from all these teams. Yeah.
Did you see that? Brute Force thinks that they might have ended up winning the match in regards to loot value, but I don't think they realized that GOAT ended up having 7 eliminations.
Yeah, you don't see that in the elimination feed. You don't see that, unfortunately. So yeah, elimination. I would have to say, in terms of how much you get loot-wise and elimination-wise, eliminations, if you're able to clear 2 teams, like that is so much more worth it than trying to loot the entire match. So right now, yeah, Boars might be looking happy, but unfortunately, you're not the winners of this game. Value.
Not even just Boars. Brute Force too. They're gonna be like, wait, how? I know we had the most value there. You forgot about the eliminations. You gotta add those eliminations, and boy, the GOAT Bapesh end up having a lot of eliminations. By the way, for the team that does end up with the most loot value out of each game, they end up getting a solid $4,000. So I think that's why they were so hyped up, and that's what they were looking. They were just like, okay, yeah, we're still in first place. We're still in first place. Let's celebrate. But
oh, wait a minute.
Gotta watch out for those illims. You gotta watch out for those illims, Max.
Yeah, and also don't forget that the player with the most eliminations at the end of today gets an extra $1,000 as like an MVP award, kind of to some extent. So right now, there's a very high chance, Seven, it would be a player of GOAT, seeing how many elims they got so far. It's going to be looking pretty good for them. But I feel like the teams here had a really good approach for like a majority of the players. So I'm very, very happy with this second game. I feel like they got in the gist of it overall. But here you go. Again, right now, if you go and play Metro Royale until the 22nd of October, you can earn some great rewards, some like Metro currency. You're going to have also some lock crates to get yourself some fantastic loot. So you still have time, 3 days, in fact, actually counting today, also on top of that, to go play. So do it. It is time.
Every single time I look at that graphic, I just keep looking at the Metro Cash because right now I'm just so broke in Metro Royale that I'm like, okay, you know what? I think I'm just gonna have to go for it. We're gonna be looking at some of the highlights here from this match. I mean, brute force. You would think. I think that this is why they were so excited, and this is how they were actually able to get most of their loot value, by being able to eliminate that boss that was in the school section of Misty Port. But and on top of that, they got a GPU. Okay, you guys were able to get some other loot value, not just from the boss there, because they ended up with the gold piles as well. For this team, I feel like they're just gonna be getting a kick in the butt a little bit, Max. They're gonna be like, okay, you know what? Next time we don't really just have to worry about the loot value. We need to make sure we get those eliminations. So I wonder if brute force is now thinking to themselves, should we have taken the risk? Should we have taken that fight against those two players that were in there?
I think they could have.
What could have been?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can look at a recap here. Again, they were locking all of the opposing team in that one singular room, which is so prone to like Molotov damage, to grenade damage. But unfortunately, as you said earlier, right, Seven, you don't spawn in with too many of them. And if you're a little bit unlucky, you don't get too much utility to back up that initial two. And really, once you're out of that utility, that push becomes so tough. You can very easily get bottlenecked in those doors, in those windows, and just get completely overwhelmed in a 2v4 scenario. So I get why they were being cautious, but I think if this happens a bit later on in the day, like let's say match 5 and 6, and they're a bit behind, maybe brute force might be like, okay, we'd like to not have to take the fight, but because of our current standings in the rankings, we just have to send it to get that extra 600k plus their loot in our account. So I think that mindset is going to change eventually, Seven.
I think it has to, especially when we end up looking at what the leaderboard is going to end up looking like, because GOAT, I mean, I would be surprised if GOAT just doesn't have a massive lead over some of these teams. Especially, I'm going to be looking at Sem 9. What do you end up doing now, right? You started off the day hot. You started off the day thinking, okay, we're playing actually good strategy. We saw them being able to take good fights too. We saw them being able to win engagements. But now that mindset, whatever strategy you were thinking about possibly having, when you look at that leaderboard and you're millions Metro Cash just away from first place, you're gonna have to switch it up. You might have to become a little bit more aggressive and do what GOAT's currently doing.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, right, when you're really thinking of the initial game plan that Sem 9 had in the first games, like send one player to Radiation Zone alone, get all the loot, get out of there, and profit, you know, while the rest of your team is just going to be taking 3-on-4 fights. And they did so well versus brute force in that first game, right? Unfortunately, in execution, Radiation Zone again is deadly. Like, one player's not going to cut it. We saw also 2 players were not going to cut it. You really got to have a good understanding of how you're going to execute your game plan, because so far for Sem 9, it is just not quite working as initially planned. So they need to rethink the whole strat going into our our next 4 matches. It's weird to say last, but yeah, 4 matches left, man. So you better make them count. Yeah.
The matches go by so quick, man. I was not expecting this. We're so used to PUBG Mobile esports, right, where the matches take a little bit longer. That you do have that just basic one winner, the last one standing in here. Can be multiple ones in regards to teams being able to extract different strategies that you're going to be able to adjust to. And on top of that, going into the next couple matches, I mean, Arctic Base, that I mentioned it earlier, I gotta mention it again. That map currently has some of the best loot that you can find in Metro Royale. So I wonder which teams might try to go to the actual radiation area, because Board tried to do that earlier. It ended up backfiring for them. They ended up losing two players early on. Luckily for them, GOAT decided not to fully push into radiation. They decided to play a little bit more passive. If not, we could have seen just GOAT absolutely crushing that squad and end up eliminating them.
Yeah, they definitely could have.
You know what? I feel like you got away with it more.
Yeah, a little bit more. Actually, looking into our next map, actually, we're going to have the scoreboard coming up next, so we're going to have to check that out before I start talking about Arctic Base. But here we go. Our SEA scoreboard. So yeah, Nongying is going to be currently our first place team out of the SEA region with 1.8 million total in terms of prize money for themselves. Though, when it comes to elimination, Sem9 and Voin are clearly ahead. So one more good game from Sem9 and Voin, they could be up in first place when it comes to the SEA teams, but Nongying putting a bit more emphasis around that loot, which currently does give them a slight lead.
Yeah, and all the squads, especially there. Oh my goodness, this is what I wanted to see out of GOAT but Pesh. 11 eliminations, total points right now, 9 7.2. On top of that, Boars, I gotta give it some props there. Remember, Old Boy was able to make sure that the squad ended up, the last player as well, ended up backing out. They ended up extracting. They ended up at least securing some money. But the biggest story, Gorbapesh, look at the current lead that they're going to be having. For some of those squads, they need to take full advantage of Arctic base coming out. They not only just need to go for the loot, they need to make sure they get those eliminations, as they have an insane lead, 7.2 million Metro cash lead over second place.
Yeah, but right now the SEA teams need to step up big time. They're all at the bottom in 4th, 5th, and 6th place respectively. So, man, Nongying, Sem9, Vaughn, we need to see something coming out of them, because otherwise they're just going to be riding the bottom of this scoreboard. But yeah, I mean, currently the team to beat, they're so far ahead, 7. Are they going to start giving loans to other teams, you know, just making profits out of that? Because they got money to spare at this point in these matches. And that's in only 2 games here, 7. They have 4 more matches. They're already looking so comfortable. So they might try and get a little bit more risky, maybe try and ruin it for teams that are going to be contending against them. So, like, there's a lot of opportunities that are going to be available now for Gorbapesh. So, they're going to be even more of a threat, possibly, but you can also try and take them down early on and just try and ruin their day. So, they've got to be careful. They are going to be in the hot seat for these 4 matches.
And for everybody currently watching, now's your time. Get those, redeem them. In the link in the comments, you're going to be able to redeem it as well. So make sure you click on that and just go for it, because if not, Max and I are just going to be taking up everything. Something to keep an eye on, though, right? After we saw what Gorbapesh has been able to do, I hope they don't slow down, Max. Sometimes when we see a team being able to take the full lead, they end up changing their strategy. Gorbapesh, keep on doing what you're currently doing. And I know it seems like a lot, especially with the lead that they currently have over second place with 7.2 mil. But right now, some teams are averaging about, especially Gorbapesh, they're averaging somewhere along the lines of over 5 million Metro cash per match. I feel like, even though it seems like it's a big gap, in one match, if everything goes right for a team, not only do you get the eliminations, you end up getting some of those gold piles. You end up getting some of those gold bars as well. We could see that 7.2 million Metro cash gap that they have to a lot lower.
Yeah, it could go down very, very quickly here. But I would have to say, looking at GOAT, and I would love to know if you agree here or not, 7, they just seem to be a team that is willing to be aggressive when the time, like, is right, and to play it passive when they don't want to take too much of a risk, especially looking at the radiation zone play versus Boars in that previous game, right? I think that this is a team that right now is a jack of all trades, and they are just quite a big threat, so we better be careful, because they are able to do a lot in a very small amount of time, so they are the main threat of this lobby.
You know what? We're going to be jumping right into it. No break for anybody. If you were trying to step away, nope. Just hold on to that thought, because we're going to be jumping right into this match. Gorbapesh looking comfortably in first place, and I'm sure they're going to be looking comfortably after this match, unless somebody does something absolutely crazy. And I think one team, honestly, I don't know why I'm being attached to this team right now, but I'm going to be looking at Sem9, man. It looks so promising in the first match. I was hyped for them. They had the right strategy. I feel like Greediness just ended up getting them in that first match.
7, who would win? A stacked Sem9 roster, one big gorilla. Well, 2 big gorillas, technically.
Yeah, 2 big gorillas.
Yeah, 2 big
easily.
gorillas would win. Yeah, exactly. So, we'll see. Right now, we're looking at the spawns around the map, 7. Actually, quite split for majority of the team, except for 2 teams, and that's going to be 4 and Go, our first and second place teams in the current scoreboards. And seem like Boar are going to be walking in the direction of GOAT, so man, we could already have an early engagement between our top 2 teams. So, rough start if you're one of those 2 squads.
Yeah, and that's the main thing right now. You're going to see GOAT 2 looking at the store here. They're going to be looking to purchase some stuff. And the main one is, are they going to be possibly able to find the flare gun to extract whenever they want to? Not only just, you don't only have to worry about possibly getting extract amp. You just call that flare gun, be able to extract whenever you want, especially if you are going to be able to get some of that loot. But I'm going to be looking very closely if anybody wants to go into missile silo, because that's where the radiation is going to be at, and that's where most of the loot is going to be at as well. And right now, one team that's actually going to be getting closer is going to be Vaughn. I think they're going to be looking to get some of that sweet loot. Also, wow, okay, you ended up getting a red out of just eliminating that player. Okay, Brute Force, that's what I want to see out of you.
What was it?
Start off the match hot, why don't you?
What was it? I would have seen. I didn't quite see what it was, actually.
Oh,
No.
I didn't see
Don't know
this.
if it was one of the
I got
weapons.
500k right now, though.
Woo! Damn, good start. Good start. And it keeps going up by the second. But yeah, you're talking about teams that could go into missile silo. I do believe we are seeing Void currently sending some players into missile silo, so they're looking to get some loot very quickly. But it is going to be contested, 7, right? Like, as you said, it is where you get some of the highest tier loot in this current map of Arctic Base. but you know you're not going to be the only team there. Like, or you're going to have teams sending it to loot and you're going to have to fight in Missile Silo, or they're going to be camping around that city and then leaving that spot is going to be quite rough. But right now we are seeing also Boar sending it towards Missile Silo behind Voin on the map here, 7. So it seems like fights are about to ensue.
I'm all for it. Okay, Boar, I know you were the passive team in match 1. Be a little bit more aggressive. And don't be aggressive just towards the radiation characters. NPCs gonna be roaming around because you might end up losing 2 players. Actually be aggressive to some of the other teams and see if you can maybe end up getting some of those eliminations, because Voin right now, I mean, Voin is just going through it. They're up to 1.6 million Metro cash, and that's what can happen in this match. The amount of loot available, the gold piles available. I mean, I've seen just one player alone in Arctic base being able to extract with 9 million. So that's what I was saying earlier. If you are one of those teams, if you're Goat Bapesh at the top with the 7.2 mil, do not get comfortable, because that can easily be wiped in just one match.
7, I'm getting a bit scared here. We're seeing 3 teams up against each other: Brute Force, Nongying, and Sem9 on the west, and near Missile Silo, on the east of Missile Silo to be specific, you've got Goat, Boars, and Voin all in like a 100 to 200 meter like sized area. So these fights are going to break out, and they're not just going to break out, they're going to get third party possibly. So man, oh man, you might have some loot right now, 7, but we'll see if these teams can hold on to it, as the nades are going to be coming on through onto Goat, able to make it through the door to his teammates in a funnel area. So Boars, you don't want to send it in there. Maybe you want to chuck a nade and a Molotov, but you do not want to send it in that tunnel. Look in the back, you could see it. Voin, they hear these shots being taken, 7, and might be looking to take an opportunity, but oh boy, sending it in the tunnel. And he's going to get instantly sprayed down by Aria. And Aria is going to be struggling here to take all 3 of them. Just take a lot of damage. No one gets knocked. But man, their vest, you can already see, took a severe beating, 7.
He pretty much has no vest at this point. Whatever he has left of that vest, it's not going to be enough if some of those 2 teams decide to end up pushing in. Right now, Boar, they were looking to be aggressive, but they find themselves in an awful spot, as Non-G is going to be able to find somebody there from Sem9. Sem9 is going to be able to hit those shots, and they're going to be trading players at Sem9, and Non-G are looking to engage. Alex, we saw what happened earlier with him. He's currently very low in health. Is he going to be able to just heal up and continue on the fight here with Non-G? Sem9 slowing it down a little bit more, wanting to find those angles. They want to make sure that they don't end up getting third party at all of what's going to be happening here. By the way, 15-minute mark, the team with the most value, which is going to be Voin, is going to be showed right now to everybody else. But then Sem9 and Non-G are fully focused on this engagement right now. They don't care about where Voin's currently at.
Yeah, they're going to be able to just completely sweep the floor with Sem9 in this fight. There's no way they make it out here, these 2 players. I mean, Alex does get himself the first aid, so he's able to heal up a little bit here in a one-on-one fight. Oh my word! Gets absolutely melted by Foster. And that's just going to be an extra 600k in the bank. They're able to completely clear those 2 players. By the way, I do have to mention here in this fight, 7, Biggs Bay is up northeast, and these guys are fighting southwest for Sem9. No idea why they're pulling off this 3-1 split, but I can tell you right now, it is not successful. It is not working the way they wanted, and now Sem9 might just be losing their 3rd player.
Yeah, and I think at this point, they're wanting to even back off to that last player there that was currently in this fight. He's wanting to back off even more, and I'm with you. Biggs Bay, I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe they were trying to use him to just go for a loot. Maybe they were trying to use him as a decoy for some of the other fights as well. Whatever the case might be, Non-G right now, 2 eliminations, being able to add even more to their tally. But they need to be careful. They need to be careful because some teams like Brute Force, they might be close by. As now we're going to be switching over to Goat Bapesh against Boar. And this fight is just ensuing. The Goat Bapesh, the team that was in first place, currently 3 players knocked, and they're going to end up getting eliminated.
Oh my word. Okay, 2 players down for Boar is going to be next. And Zong run out. Oh boy, and Kvir can still hold the front lines. Go for the res, hopefully. Get himself back to as a 4-man team, and some information still going to be fed through the knocked enemies. But no, they do get flushed away. That's some money confirmed in the bank now. And Scorpic, he's going to be left in a 1v4 realistically, and there's nothing he can do. Boar completely eradicate that team, and that's it for Goat here. Sure, had a great start in the 2 matches, but here, negative 3 mil. Fair to say, that is not what you want.
Definitely not what you want. And look what ended up happening, right? The team that was being a little bit passive from the get-go, now becoming the aggressors, now wanting to push the action, and they end up taking care of the first place team. And this is what you want to do. This is, you were talking about it too, Max. You were wondering, okay, do you maybe want to go after them right at the beginning of the game? It only took them, what, 8 minutes to be able to wipe them, but they need to be careful because there was a squad earlier, very early on, super close to them.
Yeah.
And Void, we gotta mention it. Void currently 3.1 million Metro cash added to their name.
Yeah, because they've been silent. They could have third-partied this fight of Boars versus versus Goat. They just did not send it. They were so passive, just lingering in the shadows, just getting all of the loot in Missile Silo and getting the hell out of dodge. But what I think we're going to see from Void here, and I think it might happen very soon, they're just waiting on the outskirts of Missile Silo. They're just waiting for those wounded teams that maybe have damaged vests, damaged helmets, that maybe lost players to get out of there and then just completely destroy them, steal all of that loot, and get that extra 300k per elimination. So right now, Void are looking pretty good, though. Going over to Brute Force and Nong Ying, that is going to be a fight that's still ongoing to the west of Missile Silo. And it seems like they don't want to give it up. They want that squad wipe. They want that money, as the loot is still going on for Void.
And Non-G is going to have at least 2 eliminations to their name. So, you know, they're going to be able to secure some of that stuff to their name. And look at this player's loot value right now. As Void is waiting patiently, they know that that one player is going to be standing there from 7-9. He's going to be making the push down this tunnel. And you need to be careful. Something that we do often, something that I especially do often, that I feel like I maybe shouldn't do, is I end up going through those tunnels without my gun just because I want to be able to move a little bit faster. Boy, does it end up hurting you in the long term. But look what Void Arya currently has. Gold bars up to 3, and on top of that you have a gold pile, and on top of that you have 5 blueprints. Woo! Extract, please. You got 4.7 mil.
That radiation zone is... Look at the radiation zone. Wait. Is he gonna...
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. Like, sure, you got yourself a med kit and first aid, but you gotta get out of here, man. You're not gonna want to tank that radiation zone for too long, so
Did you see
better
that?
be careful.
Max, he's getting a lot closer. He doesn't realize that Brute Force is going to be very close by, and he's going to end up going down. This is the player that had the gold pile. This is the player that had the gold bars too to his name, and he ends up getting knocked, and I don't think his team is going to be able to pick him up.
Oh, man, we've just seen so many players, unfortunately, overstay their welcome in the radiation zone, and, man, Brute Force, they're going to get... Oh, they don't get the elimination there, so they are not able to quite secure that 300k. They do see all of that gold. Oh, my God, look at that. Brute Force just made absolute bank on that engagement, and, well, it seems like Brute Force might just be the top value team of this game after all. They're just going to get out of there and just, well, we didn't even have to fight for it. Easy money.
I mean, they literally did exactly what you would end up doing, Max, if you're in that situation.
Yeah.
Just hold on the... It wasn't really the extra points. Just hold down the exit points that the teams were going to be trying to go towards. And if I'm Void, I'm just kicking myself, man, because you have, what was that, 4.6 million Metro cash, and then it goes down to 1.6. That is just going to be such a massive loss, and it was all one player, and he was too far away from everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why it's so good, especially to camp out the radiation zones, right, 7, is because not only are you able to just kind of negate their rotation as a whole, and maybe get eliminations if you're lucky and get the right angle, is that while they're not able to pass you, they are possibly taking constant damage from the radiation zone, right? So, like, they're kind of forced in a decision to all go for wider rotation and suffer even more damage from the radiation zone, encounter more mobs in the radiation zone, or they're forced to take a fight that they don't really have the priority at that point in time. So, really, because of how this whole scenario worked out, the defensive team typically has an advantage. So, right now, yeah, Brute Force, as you talked about, currently having the best strategy in this game.
Yeah, I mean, just keep doing your thing, Brute Force. You just keep on hoping
works.
that the rest of the players from Void are gonna nicely end up coming your way, because this team is now upwards of 4.7 million. The only thing, though, that we gotta keep an eye on too is that this team does not have any eliminations to their name. Remember that player that did end up getting eliminated there earlier from Void, and Void now starting to take a fight here with M9. They're gonna be able to eliminate that player, and luckily for him, he's gonna be able to revive or at least get up that player that is currently knocked, which is going to be none other than Lan. And yeah, play it safe, play it safe. That's the right way to do it. I would just absolutely go blind. I'd be like, no, save my teammate. But no, he's doing it the right way. He's making sure he throws Molotovs, he's making sure he throws smokes, and then he's gonna end up picking up that player. And then on top of that, you get some sweet loot out of that loot box.
Ooh, gold pile.
Gold pile.
Oh man, this is looking good for Brute Force. Really, for Brute Force, you got 5.3.
5.3
You shouldn't
Max.
fight. You should not fight, Brute Force. Please, just you won the game.
Yeah.
Get out of here, please. You do not have to stay here. If I see them go down 7, I am going to be heartbroken right now. This is not the way you want to take it, so please leave. Though, Nongying are pretty close to some of Brute Force's players, so they got to be very careful. And in the meantime, Boar, that already had 4 eliminations, already got 1.2 million out of those elims, are going to keep on losing in this game. So Boar's already to almost at 900k in terms of value alone. they're going to start to look pretty good this game too.
If you're Voin right now with 2 million, are you starting to like doubt yourself a little bit? You're starting to scratch your head. By the way, he was able to find the evac flare gun right there, all void. So that's gonna be good for this squad, especially if they do end up finding somebody and end up getting even more loot, as Boar is gonna be looking to at least secure some stuff towards their name. They have one player very close to extract. I don't know if he's gonna be camping it. We'll have to wait and stay tuned to see what that team's gonna be doing. But if I'm Voin, I'm wondering, okay, man, okay, we learned our lesson, right, Max? Next match, we go into Arctic Bake, we're all gonna stay close. Nobody go to the extracts without at least a buddy.
Yeah, you gotta have an extraction buddy for sure.
Yeah.
You want to try and be as safe as you possibly can.
Exit buddy.
Yeah. Fix Bay able to get himself some extra decent loot there, able to get himself a little bit more closer to, you know, a positive, even though that's not going to work out. I mean, really, right now, if you're the final player of Sim 9, no way you get 2 million in value, right? Like, in that position, you want to go inside of Missile Silo if you want to get some loot, because 2 million deficit, yeah, you need to get eliminations if you want to get something here, realistically, for Sim 9.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Sim 9 needs to do, because... oh, no, he's wanting to go for the... He only has 400k. Maybe he wants to be able to secure at least 400k.
But he's already
That
at
would be
minus
that would be
2
at least one elimination. So this might be the right play out of this player. At least secure something for your squad.
But you're not securing anything. It's still going to be 0, right? Because he's got minus 2 million for his team.
No, I think that's we'll have to wait and see, actually, because I think he's still able to secure the earnings in regards to that. It's still the very early days of Metro Royale esports, so don't worry, we'll make sure we figure this out whenever we actually end up finishing the match, as Voin is now looking to see if they can possibly get into more fights. Brute Force, we got to talk about this. I mean, but 50 seconds until their whole location is going to be showed. They need to be careful because they have 5.6 million in Metro cash to their name. And right now, Boar, looking at that gold bar, he picked that up so fast.
He's like, yoink, mate. Give the goblin some gold. Oh, yeah, magnificent. We love that. Actually, he's able to also find that outside of Missile Silo, so that was quite lucky. Good RNG right there. And they are looking to extract, I believe, here. I don't think Boar really want to take an extra fight. I mean, you're already looking good. 1.7 million in terms of item value and 4 eliminations. That is a big game for Boar. Don't forget also, right, 7, they were in second place, which means they are closing that gap quite significantly. As but no one's there. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think they're just looking to see if there is going to be at least somebody that's going to be looking to take some bait, right? But I think the big storyline is going to be here between Brute Force. 5.5 million right now with what you've been able to do, and that is just loot value. I mean, this team doesn't have any more eliminations, and they're still looting, they're still going for that extra loot, and they're now up to 6.4 million. I mean, this team, I feel like they're gonna be the second place team with what they're able to find. They're able to find even more gold bars, and on top of that, okay, that's why they ended up getting that loot, Max, because they were able to open up the black key card, the password letter, and that is usually a lot of loot that can go your way. And they're upwards of 7.2. Remember what I told you, that at 7.2 million, they look pretty insane. It can be just absolutely erased in just a matter of time.
And they're gonna get eliminations, maybe also on top of it. They're gonna get elims on Voin. And Brute Force are just on an absolute tear. He's in the middle of the arena area, I'm gonna call it. So you've got to be careful. Goes right down the staircase, avoiding the fight, but Formula's got to be careful. He's going to go quite low because of the radiation. Does have 3 first aid kits, so he's going to be completely fine, able to survive a little bit longer. But the longer you stay alive here in this game 7, with a value of items of 7.2 million,
look how much
the higher risk you are taking. But he's sending it. He wants that point, and he's going to get it.
He's going to be able to get in. And he was risky too, because this player alone has 3.5 million Metro cash loot value. So risky push there, super risky push out of there. But to be fair, I think the radiation was starting to hit him in a big way, and I think he needed to get out of there. And right now, Brute Force, you only have less than 3 minutes left to your name. Actually, about 3 minutes and something left. You need to go for that extract. You need to make sure you end up securing all this loot value that you've been able to add throughout this match.
I'm not sure if they had an extraction flare. I didn't quite see in their inventory, but if they have one, it might be a good time to use it. The thing is, if you use it just outside of Missile Silo, and there's a team that currently is in the negatives, like Boars, let's say, like Nong Ying, they might be looking your direction like, you know what? This is a team that just left Missile Silo. They're using up a flare. They want to get the hell out of here. How about we just send it in the last, like, almost 2 minutes now of this game and just get an insane clutch at the end of this third match? That could be a good game plan. But again, it's all reliant around, do they have that extraction flare. Though, Nongying gonna be trying to go for the res, and they should be able to pull it off versus Balls.
The thing is, even though they had the extraction player, we saw that brute force player whenever he was inside that radiation, he was just taking so much damage to the radiation that even if they did have that flare gun, the only way they would have been able to use that flare gun is if they were just looking to distract another team, which would have had to be in Void, since Void was so close to them. But they need to be careful because we're looking at the map feed right now towards the right hand side, and look how close Void and brute force are going to be there on the underground tunnels.
They're converging. We're gonna have a big fight happening potentially over there. We'll see who's
Could
gonna
be
able to
very
come out
close. I
on
mean,
top.
Void is actually currently waiting for them, and if Void, Void, one of the players is going to end up getting knocked, which is going to mean that brute force is going to be adding even more points to their tally. And the last player there from Void just trying to run away, there from brute force, as brute force could have an insane game in this third match of the day.
Oh, he's chasing it down. Just add Benny Hill music. He's in the tunnels too. You can't do anything. There's no escape, and that's it. Void are going to be losing their final player. That's 3 eliminations total going away of brute force, plus a total value of 7.2 million, possibly more, because they're going to loot those crates from Void. Brute force, absolute monsters this game, 7, I think it's fair to say. In 2 matches alone, right, we had a lead created by GOAT of, what was it, about 9 million? One game. One single game here, 7. And they pretty much just completely closed that gap. What a match from brute force. What the hell?
That's Arctic base right there for you. I feel like that's what everything is narrowed down there from brute force. They already were able to get one of their players extracted. They're able to at least secure some money their way. But overall, what a storyline. And I feel like this is a big message, especially after this match, a massive message for some of the other players, for some of the other teams as well, because you are going to have just one more Arctic base match. And with what brute force was just able to do, I feel like some of the other teams that are currently towards the bottom, depending on what the leaderboard is going to be looking like after this match, they're going to be looking to duplicate exactly what brute force just did.
He's going to have enough time to extract it. He's got 20 seconds on the board to get to the extraction point.
I think he will be able to.
Oh, come on.
He needs to hurry, though.
Come on.
No, he's...
Oh, my God.
5, 4,
700k in the bank.
2, 1. Okay, yeah, he'll be able to extract.
Ooh, that was
By
close.
1 second?
He's still got players off board, by the way. I don't know if he's going to get to extraction point in time. Oh, no, he made it. He's fine. Okay,
there you go.
That was close. Down to the wire, down to 2 seconds. Right here, 7. Better make it out, get some money. But look at that, man. Brute force. Absolute beast. And calling, pretty much, GOAT in the most polite way possible. They call them poor. Saying, you're 9 million, it's nothing. When you go to Arctic base, 9 million is a nothing kind of lead. And we're just going to catch up easily. What a game, brute force. GG's.
We'll get that in 1 match. Okay, that's all it will take for us. Remember earlier after the second match that brute force was also celebrating? They thought that they ended up being the team with the most loot value. Well, this one, you can rest assured, brute force, there's nobody that's going to be able to touch you in regards to loot value. And on top of that, you were able to add an extra 600k from the 2 eliminations that they ended up getting too. Brute force looking good. Max, I know it's going to be a little bit of time. I know it's going to be a minute or two, but I can't wait to see what that leaderboard is going to be looking like, considering that Goat Bapesh did end up being the first team eliminated out of this match as well.
Oh, Goat Bapesh are going to be shaking in their boots, 7. I can tell you that much. They are spooked out of their mind. It's spooky month, okay? It's October, okay? It's about time you get spooked out of your mind. But yeah, what a great comeback here happening for brute force. But really, I think that this is really interesting, 7, because I've been playing the BR mode of PUBG Mobile for so long, and going into Metro and witnessing already, like, so early on in the competitive scene, so much depth and really cool strategies coming out of some of these teams is so cool. And as time goes on, 7, the strats are going to get even better, and we're going to be able to break down so much more cool stuff. So man, I am really excited for the future of Metro Royale esport, and if we see more stuff like what brute force did, I'm gonna love it. Keep it going. Hell yeah.
I want that parachute, Max. I want the, hurry, Max. I'll give you my account, and then you can just load it in from ARG. Yep. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. But I'm with you. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing how the meta ends up changing, right? Because they're always gonna end up changing what some of the teams are able to do. I mean, we just saw it there out of brute force. They decided to wait patiently towards the end of one of the exits there toward radiation, and it worked out wonders for them because they were able to just secure the amount of loot that Void player had, which I think it was something along the lines of 3.5 million Metro cash. And then on top of that, they were able to just have free roam of just being able to loot after Void ended up getting out.
I'm really surprised, actually, Seven, that the radiation zone, like not even the mobs in the radiation zone, even though they are a bit of an issue, but the overtime damage, the tick damage of the radiation zone will become such an issue for these teams. But it really is a threat because you've got to take time to loot it up. And if you get involved in a fight, in a scuffle, you can say, just to bring up my British side, it really is going to force you to spend so much time in that radiation zone, taking that tick damage over time. And it really, after a certain amount of time here, Seven, starts to stack up significantly. It's going to use up all of your meds unless you're able to loot some more. And if you're taking fight, man, just an extra bullet or two you take in your like character, it's really going to hurt you so much. So yeah, radiation zone, sure, like loot value, big plus, but it is also, as we saw, so damn risky.
Oh, 8.1 million in just one match out of this squad. I mean, I'm so happy to see them celebrating there towards the end, because remember, something we gotta keep an eye on and something that we gotta mention to viewers too, in case for some reason they weren't here at the beginning of the show. First of all, what were you doing? Next time, set a notification. Come on, man. And then on top of that is that for every single winning team out of every match, they end up getting 4K. Yep. Not only are they going to be getting closer to that first place when we end up looking at the leaderboard, but on top of that, you get a 4K after that insane match. I'm all for it, Brute Force.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely fantastic. But as you said earlier, I really want to see what is going to be the new situation happening in the overall leaderboards. But here you go. Our Fortune's chosen one of this game is going to be Lunatic from Brute Force with a total earnings of, what is that? Yeah, that's almost 2 million, 1.9 million total here. And also 2 eliminations, so on track to maybe get that extra $1,000 at the end of the day if you can keep fragging out in these last few matches.
He's got to keep that up, though, because, I mean, we saw what Goat Bapesh was able to do earlier. I know they didn't have one of the best matches here, and I feel like if I'm Goat Bapesh, yeah, good job on the first 2 matches of what you were able to do, but you need to take full advantage of this next Arctic base. That is going to be the last one before we actually go into the zombie survival mode. And then on top of that, I mean, that one's going to be Misty Port. There is still going to be loot there, but it's not going to be as high value, I feel like, as what you're going to be able to get here in Arctic base. So for some of these teams trying to catch up, they need to take full advantage of what right now the last Arctic base match is going to be able to do, because could possibly we see a 10 million
plus game. I mean, if you include the eliminations, then yes, like we're definitely going to be seeing that, I think.
How about just loot value alone? That'd be insane. The gold piles, the gold, on top of that, the blueprints, everything else. You know what? I'm all for it. Please, somebody, maybe a team. Imagine if it's when we look at the leaderboard, the team, whatever team is currently in last, they end up getting 10 mil, and it's not just 2 teams fighting for that championship. Now it's 3 teams.
Could be. I mean, imagine though you got 10 million and you just get eliminated at the end. It's like, oh my god, that hurts. But here we go. The leaderboards you so heavily wanted to check out here, Seven, and it is going to be then on board these 8 point. Well, actually, no, this is not overall. This is just this game.
Yeah, this is for the match.
Yeah, the numbers were so high. I'm like, no, wait, this is just this game. 7 actually. But yeah, looking back at this, 8.1 million total value being taken home by Brute Force, and 6 items for Boar. So again, different playstyles which are working great, but when you have so many items, eliminations are just not going to be worth it anymore. Look at that. Whoa, 10 million already. They did it.
They did it in just one match, Max. They were able to overpass Goat Bapesh with that 7.2 million Metro Cash advantage that they had over everybody else. Absolutely erased. Yeah, you might. And the crazy part too is that Brute Force is really focusing in on being able to loot. Look at how many elims they currently have. Only 3, and they're being able to put up at least 10 mil. I know this team is going to be looking to mimic what they were just able to do, but if I'm Boars, I mean, that's a team that were very aggressive here in this last one. There were a team that were able to get, what was it, 6 eliminations. I'm going to be looking to keep doing that and hope that one of those players that we do end up eliminating, it's a juicy one. It's one of those with 3.5 million loot value like Brute Force was able to do earlier.
So I'm going to be looking here, Seven, at the bottom of the rankings. I'm looking at Void, looking at Sem9. These are teams that we've seen like to do 3-1 splits. Especially for Sem9, it has not been successful. You really need to start working together. The teams at the top, like Brute Force and Goat Bapesh, have we seen them split? No, like they're always working together. If you're taking on the radiation zone, guess what? They're doing it together. If they're engaging a team fight, guess what? They're doing it together. Like, you really need to start working together more if you're Void or Sem9, if you want to start bringing a lot more value on board, because otherwise you're taking massive risks. And even Sem9, right, Seven, we saw it in this previous game, their final player, Bay, Fix Bay, extracted when you had like some value, but really you still get 0 in terms of earnings. You at that point, if you're solo and you're already negative to an extent where you can't catch up, just try and get an elimination. Try and get a flush. One single elimination is going to actually help you quite a bit in the rankings, because that negative 2 million they had earlier, 7, almost impossible for him to like reduce that to a positive number. So they got to change the game plan.
Yeah, for Sim 9. What would we actually want to see? Let's take a little bit of time right here, right?
Yeah.
For out of that team, do we want to see them being a little bit more aggressive, going for those fights, or what do we actually want to see with that team?
I would like to see them go for a backup plan if things aren't quite going their way. Like if they want to do that extraction, if they want to go for the radiation zone strat and stuff, like fair game, go for it, send it. But I do think, Seven, and I'd love to know what you think, is that when you know you cannot make that negative number go up because you're just so far behind, you have to look for engagements, because eliminations, the moment you confirm that elimination, you're not losing that amount of earnings, right? You're keeping that extra 300k is staying in the bank. So adaptability is what I need to see from those bottom 2 teams specifically.
Yeah, I think for me, it's going to come down to that team just being able to adapt to whatever the game is giving you, right? From the get-go, we saw them having possibly a promising strategy whenever they did end up selling Alex into the radiation in the first match. It ends up backfiring. They end up sending 2 backup players. Those backup players end up getting eliminated as well. So things didn't end up working out for that team. And right now, after 3 matches, nothing is currently working out. They're currently, their total loot value is a massive big old donut. So they need to be able to adjust, whether it's going to be fighting a little bit more or just going for that loot value right away, going to that radiation and try to be active. And on top of that, if you are one of those teams, especially for Sim 9, if you are able to get some of that loot value, please stay together. Do not spread apart, because we saw what happened earlier to Void, and you don't want, especially right now where Sam 9 is currently at on that leaderboard, you don't want to have to go through that same path.
Yeah, you want to avoid those splits, especially. The only time I think it's okay for them to do these kind of splits is if you want to give all of your current loot value, your loot earnings, give it to one player and have that player extract. Like if you find gold bars or gold piles, like that is a valid strat to do, and you can still maybe take some 3-on-4 fights. I mean, we saw them do it earlier, Sem9, right? They did it really well versus, who was it, Brute Force, right? In the middle of our very first game. So that's the best way to do it. But otherwise, again, early days when it comes to Metro Royale esports is 7, so the teams are going to find some new strategies. It's kind of rough to do it in a one-day event, right? I think it's fair to say it's very tough to like come up with new strats on the go. But I think that as time goes on, months or even maybe years from now, we're going to see teams like come up with strats that are just like the go-to when it comes to Metro Royale esports. So we'll get there, but early on, it's going to be a bit wonky.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's going to be like, what are these teams going to be able to do on this next Arctic base? Is it going to be, once again, Brute Force trying to take those early fights on? I mean, we saw how early they were able to fight with some of the other teams. We saw them how they were able to kind of position themselves. And you're talking about it might be a bit too early for some of these teams to be able to strategize or adjust their strategy, especially since it is just a one-day event. But, I mean, Brute Force so far, it's been working out wonders for them. Could it be a hit and miss, though? Could it be just a one-match thing? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see if they can actually follow it up with the next one, because if they can follow it up with the next one, they're going to have a healthy lead.
Yeah, if they do this again on Arctic base, as you said, like the most loot dense like map right now in terms of earnings potential. If they do it again back to back, like catching up to them is going to be so tough. Though going into the last 2 matches is going to be the zombies, is going to be all of that cool stuff, right? And you got some bosses there that can give you some really high tier loot, but is it enough to rival against Arctic base 7? I'm not too sure, as you take a quick look here at the scoreboards.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at the scoreboards there. You have Brute Force with a 10 mil. You have Nanji with 8.7. And then on top of that, you have GOAT with 9.2. We'll have to wait and see what this one is going to be looking like. But overall, Brute Force, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of the team. I'm enjoying the bounce back. Sam 9, I mean, we know that this team can definitely get eliminations. We saw it early on in the first match. I want to see a little bit more eliminations out of that squad, because the elims that they were able to get early on, I mean, you're here for a reason. You are an org with a massive name too. Sam 9, I mean, that's an org that everybody knows in mobile as well. And I just want to see them being able to frag out, because once those frags come in, I mean, especially if you're able to, I know we said this earlier, but I feel like we got to say it again. Especially if you're able to kind of set yourself up, do exactly what Brute Force was able to do in that last match in Arctic base. Set yourselves up outside the radiation, control those exits, and they're just pretty much going to be running right into you, because a lot of the players do tend to run without their guns fully equipped, just to get out of there a little bit faster.
Yeah, I do want to bring up a little bit of a topic here that could be quite interesting,
Yep.
Seven, is looking at Brute Force. We're praising Brute Force quite heavily on this
Yeah.
previous game, which is like fair enough, right? I
Yep.
think they played it fantastically, got a lot of total earnings in terms of loot value and eliminations. I do think, though, they took a significant risk sending it the way they did, like one of their player with an insane amount of value, just sending it deep in the radiation zone alone. I think that is something that works great this game, but in other matches, that could have gone completely wrong for them. So I don't know how you feel. I would have maybe left a few minutes earlier, but they just kept sending it.
I think that's the factor when they just start being a little bit too greedy. And that's a hard place to kind of get yourself out of. The thing is that they had so much room to work with, right? If we kind of go back to it, they were able to eliminate that Void player, and then after that, they kind of figure out that, you know what, Void is not going to be anywhere trying to take the fight or whatnot. But something that I am going to be looking forward to is that second Arctic base. So stay tuned, because once we come back from this break, the second Arctic base is going to be happening.
Он совсем небольшой, друзья. Просто самое главное, оставайтесь здесь, оставайтесь с нами. Всем огромное спасибо, друзья. Всем еще раз хорошего дня.
чекать целый год. День, ночь, день, ночь, Спасибо большое. Столько классных плакатов вижу от души всем. Yeah. Let's go crazy. Кто-то выбежал. Брат, вы там увидите сегодня побольше. Спасибо. Едем дальше. Let's go.
Play that
студии начинаю. Покурю мои Джей, где ты была раньше? Мой трек старше пацана, который моя БМВ выгоняет эти эй. А я на релаксе жил с тимором. Пару сотен баксов заработал, не накинул. Пару сотен баксов, пошашил два терпимого. Просыпайся, не спи, твой пиво не снег. Черный район, Мерседес, серебристый. Нечистый, просыпайся, не спи. Что-то а все твои артисты и мой куплет раз твоему куплету. Просыпайся, put that money in the bank machine. Play that motherfucking Texas shit. Shoot these motherfuckers, save your soul. Rap like everybody lose control. I said put that money in the yeah, play that motherfucking shoot these motherfuckers, save your soul. Rap like everybody lose control. I said
Надо походу что-то посмотреть. Let's go.
финал тебе не подарю. Букет подарю в пустоту. Я считаю браки, побежаю броки. Я без гонорара не хожу на их тусовки. Пацаны на тренировках. Я все так же обожаю белые кроссовки. Уберите руки, идите подруги. Так что в ТикТоке, сижу в Фейсбуке. Разные дороги небо посылает знаки. Принесите гостю голодные собаки. Кино снимать не надо нам. Подари пацанам. Она сама смотрела мне в глаза, а я не смог ничего ей сказать. Кино снимать не надо тут. Я знал финал, тебе не подойду. Цветы букет подарил в пустоту. Купил билет, улетел в Алмату. Да, это тут она наняла меня рука. Да, это тут она наняла рука. дай мне доступ, прыгай в карусель. Все так просто, мой личный космос, мой вкус. Эти люди раздельно, нам параллельно, нам параллельно. Найду ответ я на все твои вопросы. Хочешь, Юля, все позову тебя, как эту поверхность. Такая сладкая, как эта карамель. Замути на шаг, закрой глаза. Я недавно запоздал. Руки потеряли контроль. Мои руки потеряли контроль. Она танцевала, я запоминал. Тело за сигаретой же передал. Я взламываю твой пароль. Мои руки потеряли контроль. Суета, мой день, если так я хочу лететь на пустота. Кладу на постель, я высота. Суета, мой день, если так я хочу лететь на пустота. Я красота, мой карусель, мой карусель.
Все. Спасибо огромное, Ташкент. Спасибо большое от души всех обнял. Очень приятный, теплый город. Спасибо. Еще увидимся обязательно.
Thank you, peace and love.
Спасибо всем.
Ну что, друзья, дайте шума все вместе еще раз. Аска-Брин специально для вас в этот невероятный день. И это еще не конец, дорогие друзья. Прямо сейчас у нас объявляется совсем коротенький перерыв, после чего мы обязательно продолжим. Нас ждет еще несколько игр, дорогие друзья, и еще кое-что интересное и приятное. Плюс у нас также есть победители от Infinix, еще дополнительные победители от Infinix. Но самое главное, друзья, никуда не выходите, оставайтесь здесь, оставайтесь с нами. Как я уже говорил, у нас впереди еще несколько игр. Мы узнаем, кто же станет победителем все-таки сегодняшнего турнира. Ну а пока что, друзья, коротенький перерыв. Всем огромное спасибо за внимание.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Clash. Central Asia versus Southeast Asia. We have already played 3 matches, and that's right. It's not Maxman anymore. It's none other than Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes, how you feeling, man? 3 matches? By the way, boy, some changes in that last match, too.
Dude, that was so sick, man. I love this whole format because you can see right there towards the end, right? He wasn't sure that he was going to actually make it out in time. So, like, the whole squad was just like, are you kidding me? Come on. They were able to clutch out and be able to extract to safety. So, Matt Evans, of course, I'm stoked to be here, ready for some Metro Royale action.
Me too. I think that the biggest one out of that last one was Brute Force. The amount of loot that Brute Force was able to get. I already forgot, but they were able to close the 7.2 million Metro cash gap that none other than Goat Bapesh had in first place. They closed that up, man. It was absolutely insane. And I'm excited because this next match that we are going to be playing is also going to be in Arctic Base. We saw the potential for loot value that it is currently available in Arctic Base. So if I'm one of those other teams, Jukes, I can't decide yet if I want them to just go for the eliminations and then for the loot, or just go for the loot right away.
There's so many different ideas, and that's the thing about Arctic Base is there's so many different ways you can extract, so it's hard to like camp out as like just one location, right? There isn't just one door in and out, right? So I think at this point you gotta go for the loot. You gotta go crazy. You gotta get it done. And speaking of loot, look at that. We got some codes for you guys. Make sure you go and click that and get some redeeming going on.
I know somebody that's currently not here that's probably trying to get Max. Stop it! Don't. That's for the viewers. I guess he's technically a viewer right now. So, you know what, Max? Go for it. By the way, just to refresh everybody's mind in regards to what the leaderboard's currently looking like, Brute Force is currently at the top with 10 million Metro cash. Then you have Goat Bapesh in second place with 9.2. Very, very close. Anything can change after this match. But then you have a big gap to third place with 5 million Metro cash. Then you have 4.2 for Nangying. And then Void Esports, a team that honestly, Jukes, in that last match, in the third match, this team, it could have just gotten so much loot. Sadly for them, Brute Force was just waiting patiently, holding those extract points, holding those exit points to radiation. And as soon as one of those Void players showed up, they were able to eliminate it, and that was 3.5 million absolutely added just to Brute Force tally. Also, besides Void Esports, you do have Sim9 with only being able to have 1.2 million Metro cash. By the way, they were able to get that just from eliminations in the first match. Ever since then, this team hasn't really been able to do much.
Yeah, and that's so tough. It's going to be difficult to bounce back, but it's totally possible, right? I think, like I was saying earlier, you got to hit that rad zone. You got to get the loot. Hopefully, you get lucky with some gold piles. You know what I'm saying? But the second you even see a fight coming your way, I think at this point, you got to take it, right? You got to be able to take that fight afterwards. But first things first, get that loot and get going.
Yeah, something that Max and I were talking about in regards to Sim9. Whatever strategy this team had going on, they just gotta go for it. They gotta make sure to take full advantage here of this Arctic base, because I mean, we saw what Brute Force was able to do. We saw how much loot they were able to get. I think it was upwards of 8 million. I think I remember now what they were able to achieve on top of that with the eliminations that they were able to get as well. So for Sim9, I mean, in last place, 6th place with 1.2 million, I know 10 million seems like a long shot, but if for some reason the top 2 teams get eliminated very early on, and if Sim9, as you were mentioning, they start finding those gold piles, they start finding those gold bars, they start backing it up with the eliminations, I'm all for it. I want to see an underdog story here in this match.
Yeah, me too, and it's totally possible. It's totally possible with this format. Anything could happen, you know. At the end of the day too, there's only so much weight that you can carry out, right? So you got to be very picky when it comes to what you're grabbing. Well, let's get this match started.
And it's going to be none other than Non-G. We're going to be getting started with them just to refresh everybody's mind. They do start off with refined ammo. We have seen some of these players end up dying, getting eliminated in radiation, and not by another team, by just radiation itself as well. That's actually what ended up happening to Void Esports in the last match. Brute Force, they're looking to continue on just an absolute tear that this team is at, and I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised, Duke, if this team is just trying to get to radiation as fast as possible.
Yep, and that's the ticket. That's the ticket, right? Get there quickly, get set up, and get going here. And you can just see, like, honestly, like, even these crates on the outskirts, they're just not worth it, like, almost at all. You need to just head straight towards rad, loot up and get out of there. So, yeah, because I mean, trying to find a gold bar in, outside of radiation zone, good luck.
I mean, it is possible though.
It's
Because
possible,
Keep in mind
but good luck.
that loot drop that we're currently working with, it's not the regular loot drop that people work with. It is going to be ×2 loot drops, so that's where you're going to be seeing a little bit of bigger number. So we've been seeing some of the teams be a little bit passive and working on the outside. They have been able to get some loot, but as I'm with you, go for that radiation, especially if you for some reason end up finding the password letter. Oh man, that's gonna be just the cherry on top, because we saw a team being able to go from like 4 mil all the way up to 7 mil, and just by being able to open up one room. And talking about a fight, it's gonna be none other than Sam9 versus Voin. Sam9, I mean, this is a team that definitely needs the loot. They need to make sure that they don't lose anybody here in this engagement.
Nope. Yeah, and unfortunately, Ata's out of position here. The rest of the team needs to be able to find a way. Actually, no, because there's no way to save him at this point. I think they're just gonna let him just hold back the rest of that squad for now, and then maybe the rest of Sam9 heads into radiation zone, because that loot is such a big priority. Like, this fight is really putting them behind.
It is going to be putting them behind, and I'm wondering if maybe the player that was earlier on that store door, if he was able to find an extract flare gun, because that has been important in the past 2 matches well, for them to be able to extract whenever they want to. And Voin trying to get some shots there. He's gonna be able to connect, but he's not gonna be able to fully get the knock right there. But now Voin becoming the aggressors. They need to be careful though, because M9 is currently holding some angles. They're trying to see if they can catch anybody slacking from Voin. Sam9 is gonna be forced out as the Molotov was thrown. Great Molotov usage there by Voin, and he's gonna be able to knock him.
What a knock indeed. Look, there's Jerry on the other side, and he's going to be just holding this angle for as long as possible. He's actually in a 2v1 situation. You can see them now on the push, and he gets caught. So beautifully done from Voin here. But unfortunately, this fight is putting them both behind big time, because so many squads are already in that missile silo.
The thing for this team is that not only they might not be putting behind, because they are going to be able to get some of that loot value right from the players are going to be dropping, and on top of that, you're going to be able to secure those 300k by each elimination. Now you have Sam9 on their run. Sam9 is going to be trying to go to the missile silo now, and on top of that, you have the teams that are already going to be looting there. They could end up, if for some reason Voin is able to take care of the last 2 players of Sam9, they could end up just waiting on the extras and just do exactly what Brute Force was able to do in the last match.
Let's see if that's what he's going to be able to do. They got to take care of Sam9 though, sooner rather than later. Here come the nades. That would hurt big time. Here goes Pram on the push. Oh, accidentally has that Molotov in hand, but it doesn't matter. We do watch Voin knock out and finish another player from Sam9. Yeah, and that last one, he is just on the run at this point. Nothing you can do.
And for Sam9, what looked to be like a promising match, what I was hoping it would be an underdog story, it is not going to be looking like it, as they have just 1 player remaining. And on top of that, you have a negative 3 million value. Yeah, that's not going to be in your favor at all, Sam9. A team that just only had 1.2 million points going up to this match. I don't think they're going to be able to get any more points added, especially with this match, especially with just having 1 player left.
Yeah, I mean, that last player, he's going to have to try and like maybe snipe some stragglers that are outside. Yeah, look at this. You can already just see. What was that? Oh, yeah, we got some gold bars already locked down. That's how you do it. And Brute Force, man, stacking up those gold bars. You can just see that replay right there. These guys know what to do.
They were the first ones inside the radiation, so you can see them taking a little bit of damage there. I think they might not have that lead liner that fully protects them. They might be taking those radiation pills, and that was the first engagement that we saw, that team Voin being able to just confirm those eliminations. On top of that, we do have a fight currently going on between Brute Force and another squad, Brute Force. I mean, the run that they have currently been able to run with, their total earnings so far this match, 1.9 mil. Somebody needs to stop them. If not, they're gonna start running away with it, Hot Juice.
Yep. Yeah, Brute Force already have a good idea of what to do and like how to win this game, and they're executing it perfectly. So right now it's just about taking on this fight with Non-G. Pram, well, I'm looking at Voin here. Pram waiting for the rest of his squad. There they are.
Yep.
There they are. So now they're here ready to go. Yeah, 69's in trouble.
He is going to be in trouble. Is he going to be able to hold this off, though? Anything is possible. People are trying to, you can see the player there, Pram, trying to find a sliver, a right angle, and here comes the full push. Make sure you guys don't do it one by one, though. The full push is going to be coming through as Non-G is going to end up getting eliminated there, but Void needs to be careful because one of the players is on fire. I think he's going to be able to just get off in time. Woo! As that player is Void up to 4 elims. That's already 1.2 million loot value.
Wow, and you can just see right there, look at that level 6 backpack that he dropped and a refined AK. So yeah, I expect Dree here to kind of take his time, you know, make sure that he's able to pick up these items because they're definitely worth it.
They're going to be massively worth it. On top of that, now you don't really have to worry about that team that was there. You kind of send a message to the rest of the squads, and everybody is just going to be positioning themselves there between missile silo, just on the outskirts. I don't think anybody wants to fully commit to any fighting just yet. They want to see what's going to be going on, and something that we've been seeing a lot happening, especially in the most recent matches, is the way the third parties have happened, Jukes. I feel like that's something for the other squads, especially for Goat Bapesh. They were really good at it, especially in the first match. I want to see more third party, but they just gotta wait for the right moment. And this is what I was talking about. They don't have that lead liner. They are gonna be taking some of that damage. But this squad right now, I saw a gold pile right there.
Oh yeah, and that's gonna boost you up big time right now. You can see Boris Gaming in the lead right now with 2.6 mil. Oh, but Void actually, yeah, just passes them up right there. So yeah, you can see Void, they got the eliminations off the rip. Now they're in the red zone, just trying to pick up whatever's left over.
And that would be the right thing to do. You know what? Just do exactly what the last player from Sim9 is currently doing, which is none other than ratting. He's becoming the rat boy
right?
of Metro Royale esports at the moment. I know Rat Boy will be proud. So I'm telling you, Rat Boy, if you ever decide to make a change just from PUBG Mobile esports and come over to Metro Royale esports, and that might just end up working out. As Void is trying to find some shots here on Boar. Boar has been a lot more aggressive in the past 2 matches, and I wouldn't be surprised if this team decides to continue to be a little bit more aggressive, but they need to be careful because just so many squads are going to be in this position, and they're actually going for the push. Void wants this fight. Void wants those eliminations.
Yes, they do. Pram gets knocked, though. That's going to make things difficult. I think Boar is going to dip. Yeah, you can see them. They're throwing out those smokes. And they realize that, hey, that we have an overextended player over here. Let's take him out and then go from there. So beautifully done there from Boars Gaming.
And Pram, that player is going to end up getting eliminated. Oh, Jukes, they had 3 million, and then as soon as that player got eliminated, their loot value ended up going down. They need to keep that in mind. I know they're wanting to be aggressive, but maybe a little bit too aggressive at the moment as their Boar. I mean, Boar is currently holding their ground. On top of that, they do have the loot to their name. They have the advantages. They have the angles, too. In 5 teams so far with that positive loot value, you can see gold bars, you can see blueprints, you can see just about everything on this guy's equipment. And on top of that, he was the one that had 2 eliminations, 1 elimination to his name. Yeah, that's not a bad start so far.
Not a bad start at all. So beautifully done for them. You can see them picking up those level 6s that these other players are dropping. That's a big advantage there. So it's crazy to watch. Now that Boars is in the lead, what is Brute Force gonna do? Actually, we're looking at, yeah, look at this, Non-G. They did lose that player early on, but yeah, they're finding some loot boxes here and there.
And then on top of that, we do have 18 seconds. Remember, at minute 5, 10, and 15, the team with the most loot value is gonna end up getting showed up to their enemies. So right now, Boar, I know you're currently at the top. Everybody is gonna know your positioning, but they actually decided to back off, as now we do have look how many teams are currently condensed in this area. They want to take full advantage of what's going to be happening here in Arctic Base right now. Brute Force is doing the exact same strategy that they decided to do in the last match, was just wait on one of those exit points for the extraction, for the radiation here in missile silo, and hope that somebody comes their way and just starts feeding them loot.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I mean, just, hey, take your time. You really utilize every second that's left in this match. And yeah, Brute Force just deciding to just pick one, I think, is a way better decision than trying to spread themselves too thin and maybe try to do like a 2-2 split, because we just saw what happened, right? We saw, I think it was one of the members from Void try to do a 3-1 backdoor, and it just got denied instantly.
I'm actually surprised that Boar just decided to. Boar said, you know what, we currently have 3 million, let's back off, we don't want to start fighting here. But I mean, that's a team that came in 3rd place, and they were about 5 million off from 1st place. 1st place Brute Force, they're still alive. They're still going to be able to possibly get even more loot value added to their tally. So Boars, I wonder if maybe being a little bit passive here might end up hurting them.
Yeah, at a certain point, you're gonna have to start denying brute force. Like you gotta have to hunt them down. So it's a decision, right? Do you want to do it now or do you want to do it later on? Because brute force are still getting some decent, you know, loot amounts here. I mean, look at that. They're already at 2.8 mil. You're not gonna catch them that way.
I hope at one point some of these teams are going to realize, you know what, Brute Force is still alive. They are currently not the team with the most loot value. We were able to just show up the team with the most loot value, which was Boars, which was them backing away. But now Sim9, the last player, the one that was running away, he needs to be careful because he's trying to run away from this fight. But on top of that, Boyne is going to be getting some angles on him too. And Sim9 just barely staying alive.
He jumps the broken wall and right into Land's head. And you can see the crowd getting hyped up here. So goodbye. Look at that. Land with 3 eliminations all by himself. And a crate right there. That's a good, solid game for him.
Boyne up to 5 elims right now. They're looking good. They're wanting to get even more elims, or are they going to be looking to back off a little bit more? Stay tuned and find out, because you can see the radiation is starting to do some damage to this squads, to this players. And on top of that, you still have Goat Bapesh. We really haven't seen much out of that team yet, being quite quiet. But Goat Bapesh is going to be close by. Brute Force, they don't even want to try to push into the radiation. They're just committing to the outside of the radiation, holding down one of those exit points. And then you have Void just taking whatever angles is given to them. If they're going to be able to third party, they're going to go for it. And they were able to third party. I mean, that fight, they didn't even have to worry about anything. And that's 300,000 added to their tally by just being able to secure that elimination.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. I mean, that's the play right there. And man, we're starting to see them strategies come out here, Seven. Question, do you think it's worth, like, if they're going to do like a 3-1 split, like that one player that's going to go on that off angle, like maybe trying to drop like his best loot to the rest of his teammates just in case he gets finished? What do you think?
Ooh, okay. I see what you're going with. The only problem, it depends on what the team's trying to do, right? Earlier in the first match that we saw a 3-1 split. We saw one player trying to go into radiation by himself, and he ended up hurting him because he ended up getting eliminated. By the way, he had, I think it was upwards of like 3 million Metro cash on his tally. And then all of a sudden, Max and I just looked to our right, and that team that was in the first place ended up being 5th place. But we'll hold on to that one, because right now, Nan-G is going to be looking to fight with Void. Void decided to just force the action here, as one of the players is going to end up getting knocked. And Lang just trying to get some angles here, hoping that his teammate doesn't end up getting fully eliminated. And that's going to be a wipe right there for Nan-G. 1 elimination added to their tally. They need to be able to recover that player that's currently knocked. It's going to be a little bit harder, though, with Void trying to get some angles.
Yeah, and you can start to see that damage really starting to tick. I think Nan-G's trying to just escape this fight. So he's going to back off, try to get a reset here. But things are not... Is he questioning, like, even going for the res? Yeah, no, I think, yeah, he's dropping his loot. He's just going to pick up what he's got and then try to run.
Great choice there. Well, hey, you were asking about it earlier.
Right.
I know it's not along the lines of what you wanted to see, but it is kind of in a way. They do end up sacrificing that player. They do end up just kind of switching out all the loot value that they had. And Goat Bapesh is still going to be somewhere nearby. Nan-G is not fully scot-free. And now Brute Force. Brute Force has been so quiet this whole match, Jukes. I'm telling you, they are trying to play smart. They're trying to be ready. They're trying to wait for somebody just to come and bring all that loot their way. But going back in regards to that 3-1 split, I feel like it does work out depending on the strat that you're going to be doing. If you decide to be a little bit too aggressive, I think it'll end up hurting you. And we're getting a replay there of when Boar was able to get those gold piles to their tally.
Man, that gold pile, man, it just boosts up your score like crazy. That's a must-have. Look at all those. Oh, my goodness. Those passports, like crazy. And, yeah, another passport blue right there. Beautifully, beautifully done. So, I mean, it's so crazy to just watch, like, the different strategies start to ring out here. Yeah, Brute Force, they're not really going for those engagements, but they're getting looted up like crazy. And that's how you make that big money.
Yeah, they haven't fought anybody. Currently 0 eliminations. Yet what? They still have 4.2 million, and they are the ones that are currently in first place. Boar, they could have gotten a chance earlier to take into a fight, but they felt comfortable with the 3 million that they got early on, especially after they opened up that passport letter, the black key. they decided to back off. They're like, you know what? We're not even gonna try to force any fights. We just want to secure that loot value. But right now, with what Brute Force is doing it, I mean, they're not really going to be improving in the leaderboard. They need to make sure that somebody stops Brute Force, because right now they're looking like an absolute force to reckon with.
Oh, yes, they are. But you know what's even worse? Voin had 6 eliminations. They were doing so well, and boom, they are now down to just the last player. Meanwhile, we're gonna look at Goat Profesh here, just having to wait it out because Non-G is just camping out their extraction. You can see Jerry on the other side there from Voin, all by his lonesome. What a drop! That's crazy.
200 seconds left on this match. Brute Force right now looking good with what we were able to see earlier out of this team. Boar right now looking good as well, 4.6 million. But I'm telling you, whatever time you have left, not 190 seconds left, take full advantage of it, because you're not gonna be getting Arctic base in the next match. It is gonna be zombie survival, and that's gonna be a little bit harder in regards to the loot that you're gonna be able to find. It's not gonna be as good as Arctic base.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. Unfortunately, I think at this time though, there's just no way they can try to go for a fight. So I think Boar's just gonna have to be happy with what they got on this one. But it's really Brute Force that I think ends up on top, right? Because I mean, they've performed so well already. They got 4.2 mil. They did their job.
Yeah, zombie uprising. I think if I'm Brute Force, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 matches with what I was able to do here, not have to take a fight with anybody. Currently 4.3 million loot value added to your tally. Nobody has been eliminated from that squad either. I'm looking good, man. Almost 2 minutes left. Boar, they're gonna be happy with this 4.8, which means it's gonna be even more pressure in the next 2 matches for this squad, as they were only able to get 1 elimination.
Yep, Boar extracted, Brute Force extracted. No big deal. So they're going to be the big winners there. 4 million a piece, almost 5 from Boars Gaming. And they're going to take that to the bank. Now, yeah, we're going to watch Goat Profesh take on off. And it looks like that's going to be it for this match.
I think so too. Brute already, you know what? They said, we're gone. Boars Gaming, we're gone too. Goat Profesh. I wonder what they're going to be doing here. Not much time left, and I don't think they're going to have anybody near them as well. They're just going to be looking to extract. Not the game that they wanted to have. Less than 1 million too loot value. Not what you wanted to have out of that squad.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, I was looking at their backpacks, and you can just see they still had so much space available. There's no worse feeling than when being a Metro Royale player and just having to leave with a bunch of empty space. And you can just see, the last player from Voin, yeah, he found that flare gun, and he's going to take full advantage of it.
Dre is going to be like, okay, let me pick and choose what I want to be able to get here. Make sure I am able to extract. But the thing is, imagine this team with 6 eliminations. That's going to be solid numbers in regards to at least being able to secure some loot value. If they would have just kept some of those players alive whenever they were trying to third party, if they would have just backed off, their loot value, I think they might have been in first place instead of Boars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they tried to third party with only 2 players, and that's what happens. You know, even at this stage, you got to watch out. You got to make sure you bring the whole house. Otherwise, you know, you're going to end up in the position that they're in right now. And they started this game off so strong, 7.
The thing too, Jukes, is that even if you don't end up being first place after this match, right? If you do end up winning the match in regards to being the team with the most loot value, you're still gonna get $4,000.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Boars right now, they're looking happy. They're like, hey, I think we just secured $4,000 for our talent, which I'm cool with it.
We'll take that all day long right there. So beautiful, beautifully done. Yeah, you can see the hype right there. And Boars clutching it up. Beautiful game from them.
Yeah, you know what? We might have to set up a team. It's gonna be Maxman, you, Hot Jukes, myself, the 7WG, and the 4th one, the wild card. I think it has to be that play. Shout out to that play. He's one of the best Metro Royale players out there. I know he's currently doing a viewer party. Keep on kicking it, but man, because this team's right now, I mean, Board Gaming. Okay, you know what? Wait, we gotta hold on too. That was loot value. You know what? I got a little bit carried away there, Jukes.
Oh, that's right.
That was loot value. We haven't taken into account the eliminations that are going to get added here. So I might have spoken a little bit too soon. I'm sorry, Boar. I might have gotten you a little bit hyped up there when it's not actually you that might end up getting the 4,000 for that match.
Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, because Void had a bunch of eliminations too before they got taken out there at the last second. So, I mean, anything can happen here. I mean, those eliminations coming into play at Metro Royale. I love it.
Hey, man. I'm just saying, I'm loving this so far. I was wondering how Metro Royale Esports was going to end up working out with the looting, with the elims. And so far, with what we've been able to see, matches are exciting. It's not slow. You're definitely seeing teams. Some teams are deciding to play slow. That's fine with them. They're deciding to be a little bit more aggressive. But you know what? You should be aggressive. Right now, you watching are getting this codes because Maxman, I know he's currently not here. He's getting those codes.
That's right. And you know he wants that rose backpack real bad. So guys, click that real quick there. Put that code in and get you one of those. So man, what a crazy game here. And it's wild to see like how effective brute force has been, right? Like I love teams that adapt their strategy according to the leaderboards, right? And not too much to where they're playing a different game, but brute force, they're not dumb. They're like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and get it done, put some things in, but at the same time, right? That safe play style could cost you $4 grand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think, but then for brute force, you currently got first place. That's kind of working out for you, right? Are you wanting to be that squad that ends up being the first champions of the Metro Royale clash, Central Asia versus South Asia? I mean, that's a big thing. That's like bragging. You want money, which you're gonna end up getting money if you become the champion.
That's true.
Or you want money from every single game. I don't know, Jukes. Right now, I'm actually liking what I'm seeing out of brute force. I feel like with this team being in first place, they're playing it smart, they're playing it right too, and it's gonna come down to the other teams on taking advantage, on making sure that brute force doesn't keep adding points to their tally.
Yeah, at brute force, I mean, yeah, they did that all with just straight up loot right there.
Ooh,
oh, but it was void. It was void. I was about to say, I was like, I saw them have a ton of eliminations. And could you imagine if they didn't do that third party and walked out with all their loot? That would have been insane.
Boars is just kicking themselves right now. They thought they might have been safe there with the 4 million something loot value they have, but that team didn't have any eliminations. But Void, even though they end up just extracting with one player, that's just enough. And it could have been just enough there towards the end too, Jukes.
Just goes to show, right? Those eliminations, maybe they get it done. So Void, what a game. And it's crazy to see just the come up that, you know, one of these players can have. Land, you saw that, 3 eliminations, good solid earnings, just a good solid game from Void.
The chosen one right here, Land. Oh my goodness, 3 elims. That right there is what ended up clutching them $4,000. That was massive, man. That's what you like to see right there. Everybody's a winner in a way. This is why I'm liking so far out of Metro Royale Esports, is that you're not only gonna have just one winner. Yeah, you're gonna have some teams being able to extract and keep on adding points to that loot, to that total tally. But then on top of that, I mean, right now with this setup, 4,000 per match for whoever ends up with the most loot value.
I love it.
Telling you, Jukes.
Let's go.
Just set up a team.
Dude, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing? We're on the wrong side of this right here, right? Getting in the game is where it's at, dude. Not to mention, yeah, if we had dabs, easy money. I'm just kidding. You know, these guys have been playing really well here. And yeah, brute force is going to be tough to beat because you can just go to show that, you know what, they're going to do whatever it takes to win this thing, right? Whether it's just, hey, looting up, avoiding fights, or getting their hands dirty too. But I mean, you can't play it too passive, right? Because imagine if Void, like I said earlier, if they kept their whole squad up and were able to extract with those eliminations, that would have been a crazy comeback.
Yeah, and so far for me, brute force has shown me great qualities. They have shown me that's a team that's willing to do the smart decision. They're not just driven by those eliminations or whatever the loot value might be. They're not being too greedy. Earlier on, I mean, when we played in Misty Port, that team could have had a chance to eliminate 2 players. One of the players ended up getting knocked. They were like, you know what, this is fight we don't want to end up taking. By the way, this is going to be for the match that we just played. Void Esports there by just about 300K, Jukes. 1 elimination. That's all Boars needed.
That is wild. That is so wild. Void, though, with 5 elims is ridiculous. So beautiful game from them, man. Sam 9, the ones that really walk away empty-handed. That's tough.
That is going to be a tough one. But you know what? This is what I wanted to see right here. Brute force to go to Budapest. They have about a 4 million points lead, but Goat Bapesh, they've been able to put up the elimination. Boars has been on the uprising too, and I think that's why Boars wanted to maintain at least being able to extract in that last one, because right now with this setup, it's going to be 10 million for this squad, and it's not looking bad. But Brute Force, 14 million, Jukes. I think it's time you talk about what you want to see. Some of these teams take destiny into their own hand. Some of these teams maybe start hunting down Brute Force.
They're going to have to. They're going to have to, because they're playing it so safe, and they're doing what it takes to make it happen. Yeah, Voin, if they did stay alive, we could have seen a crazy comeback, but that's going to be very, very difficult, right? Because you got to get looted up to the teeth. Trying to win 2 fights in Metro, especially right here towards the end, is going to be tough, because you know teams are going to be desperate, right? You know those third parties are going to be coming. Like, if I was Sem9, I'm going all or nothing. Like, I am just full pushing every single player, because that's what it takes at this point, right?
Or if you Sem9, you just try to go for that a nice $4,000.
Hey, $4 grand, baby. Let's go. Right? You're right. Take it to the bank.
You're so far behind, right? What was it? 1.2 million. You're 13 million points behind, which I guess it could be doable, but it's not gonna be Arctic based, so it's gonna be even harder. So if I'm Sem9, I'm like, if I can secure back-to-back wins in regards to being the teams with the most loot value in this next 2 matches, that's gonna be 8,000.
8,000.
That's not bad.
And take it to the bank. Take it to the bank all day long. Yeah, so that, you're right. That should be the goal, right? Just get the W, put that $4 grand in the bank, and then go from there for sure.
But then for some of the other teams like Goat Papesh, 4 million behind, they are within striking distance of the champion. How bad do you want to become the champion? How bad do you want to be able to challenge Brute Force? I'm excited, man. It's just the first day. It's the only day that we're going to get a chance to see this. But so we were talking about it earlier with Max. I can't wait to see how the meta will start changing after certain teams are able to identify certain things. So far, Brute Force, I mean, they're looking like a champion team to me.
Yeah, I mean, and it just goes to show that the different strategies, like you mentioned, are going to come out. And if you look at the leaderboards right now, right, Brute Force are on top with only 3 eliminations. So this goes to show you that, hey, you know what? Looting up, right, making it out alive is definitely going to pay off more than the risk of going for those eliminations.
Yeah, this isn't PUBG Mobile Esports. This is Metro Royale Esports. Here, you gotta get that loot. You gotta make sure you get all of that loot, because if you are able to do that, then you're gonna end up like Brute Force there in first place.
Yep, yes, sir. Well, what a day we've had so far. We got a couple more left to go, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the continuation here of the PUBG Mobile Metro Royale clash. Central Asia versus Southeast Asia. And 7, he disappeared. He's gone in the nether. And we are back with Hot Jukes. And what a great last game. I have to say, Hot Jukes, we had so many cool things happening. Some third parties, successful, sometimes not so successful. But boy, oh boy, these top teams, man. Brute Force, Goat, Boars. Currently, Central Asia is dominating this event.
Yes, sir, indeed. They're getting it done and making it happen. 7-9 off this rip, already looking at, none other than Brute Force. But that shot in the back, that's going to make things real difficult here.
Yeah, would be cool if you had an assassination buff. You take 50% more damage in the back, you know? It's just backstabbing.
Dude, but 7-9 would hate that right now because they're already so low and then you get shot in the back. That is gotta hurt. And if you're 7-9, like, you need to take out everybody at this point. So they are getting in that early engagement, but it's not looking good so far.
Wait, so I think it's fair to say here, Jukes, 7-9 got absolutely screwed over with the spawn. They spawned far west, in between Goat and Brute Force. Currently 2 top contending teams in the rankings. And guess what? You're the bottom team right now.
Hey,
you literally got no earnings and loot. Wow.
Get punished, dude. I mean, hey, if you want to beat the champs, you gotta beat them, right? So let's see what 7-9 can do, because yeah, they are completely stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You got Brute Force with a lot of oversight now, just making things more difficult. And if you're Brute Force, it's not a bad strategy either, right? Like, yeah, let's just punish some of these teams, you know, get some decent loot under our belt, and it should be automatic victory for us.
Yeah, I mean, for 7-9, it's not just you have to fight 1, you have to fight 2 at once.
That's true.
As you said, in between a rock and a hard place. So it's going to be quite rough for them. Good angle from Teacher, though. Not going to be able to quite get the knock, but does get a lot of damage done. And more importantly, Metro, right, holding on to your tier 6 vest and helmets. You really want to keep it healthy for as long as possible, because, man, these bullets, these refined bullets, if you have no armor, man, they do so much goddamn damage. Yeah. So you want to keep it healthy, but here's 7-9. Just going to be now down to a single player. Going to try his very best in this one room, Jukes. It's not going to work out. He's gone. He's sent right back to the lobby. See you later.
Oh, man. 7-9 punished again. Now we're going to watch Goat Papesh here in some trouble. So they do have one of their players knocked. They did get that beautiful squad wipe, but they're going to have to hold it down here against Brute Force. Yeah,
1.2 mil going in the bank of Goat Bapesh, though, looking really good when it comes to the overall rankings. Again, though, I want to try and take the attention here, Jukes, to the other side of the map, northeast, towards the radiation zone, Mine Warehouse in particular. Boar, this team is so silent, Jukes. They just avoid confrontation as much as possible to get in the radiation zone, but look who is outside the radiation zone. Voin and also the side of Nong Ying are waiting in the tunnels for them to leave. So, Boar, you might have a chill time now, but leaving that position is going to be really rough.
Yeah, they're going to have to just leapfrog little by little. But Boar's so sneaky, right? They hauled it all the way over to Mine. So they're going to be... Well, just watch their total, folks. Watch that total just start rocket launching straight up.
They're going to find, like, a few gold piles in a row. It's like, well, okay, now we're multi-millionaires when it comes to Metro Cash. Yeah.
All right.
They're going to try. I do like what we're seeing, though, in terms of position from Boars. We are seeing Old Boy checking out the tunnel southwest, which is interesting. They want to know, is a team going to be trying to push on our location? If yes, maybe we're going to try and get out of dodge early on, or we can have at least some kind of early information. And right now, you can see that Voin, well, you can't really see it. We're looking at the POV of Nong Ying, but we are seeing Voin push it in the radiation zone too. So we might have a 4-on-4 happening there very soon between Voin and Boar.
Yeah, I like the fact that I like the strategy, though. I like the fact that Old Boy is holding back, just trying to get intel, right? Okay, when is a team gonna start trying to push up into this area? Because the more info you have in a map like this, the better. So, I mean, you really only need 3 players to loot up that radiation zone. So, interesting strategy. Now we're gonna look at Goat Papesh. They are gonna be looting all the scraps up top here. And, I mean, you got to deal with what you get. But I think if you're Goat Papesh, you got to start pushing the Mine Warehouse eventually, right? They're still so far away from it.
I mean, we're about to reach the 50-minute point of this game. So the 5-minute time in terms of time that has already passed. And that means the team is going to be revealed. And that team that's going to be revealed is going to be Boars unless they drop the loot. So they're going to be having their location gifted over to Goat, to Brute Force, to Nong Ying, to Voin. and they're going to be able to understand maybe if they want to go hard in terms of loot and also elimination value, they can just send it over to the radiation zone. So I think here, Goat could be looking like an absolute menace this game. Though in the tunnels here, Jukes, which is quite a rough position to fight in, I think it's fair to say, we are going to see some early skirmishes going down.
Now we're going to watch Formula here. Get a little blueprint. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, get looted up there. Oh, seeing some zombies start to make their way on out. And Formula, yep, just shooting them zombies, getting them out the way, and trying to get as much as they can. Brute Force, they know what they have to do.
Yeah, there are going to be a few zombie bosses spread around the map, and those, of course, do give some really good loot. Though, I got to say, in the games that I play, Jukes, they take so many bullets to take down. Like, oh, damn, you better be fully stacked in terms of ammo if you want to get rid of a few of those bosses. But the loot is really solid. So, no, it might be worth it to go there. It's not all in the radiation zone. You do have bosses outside of the radiation zone. You just need to pin down their location and make a quick rotate there.
Yeah, and I think we're definitely noticing the difference, right, between Zombie Uprising and our previous map, because, I mean, look, Bourse Gaming, they've been in the radiation zone for a minute, right? They've been in there for a while, and they're only at $500,000 so far. So they're not finding that insane loot that we saw in the Arctic.
And they're being gate kept.
A minute ago.
Yeah, and they're being gate kept. You have little loot, and you're being gate kept by two teams on the two only exit points of Radiation Zone. And Goat is joining up, by the way. Like, you can't see on the minimap, but Goat is slowly closing that gap between their location and the mine warehouse. So we're going to have three teams trying to hold off ball, man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, but that's the strategy. Because, I mean, look at the loot that we're getting here, right? So in Zombie Uprising, we're not seeing those crazy millions early on. So if you can't get it that way, there's another way you can get some good, you know, Metro cash, and that's with eliminations, right? So I think that's what these teams are hunting down for sure.
By the way, it is nighttime now, which means zombies are even more a threat. They're going to spawn more, they're going to do more damage, and be a little bit more tanky. So they're going to become a bit of a pain here, Jukes. I think it's fair to say if you're going to be having to fight them. Though, of course, at night, what you can do, we didn't even talk about it, Jukes, but you can, in fact, at nighttime, transform in these two different forms we have, which is going to be or a werewolf, or you're going to be able to transform also in a vampiric fiend form, which have different advantages. One of them, in a vampiric fiend form, Jukes, you can transform and fly, which, if you want to dodge all the zombies on the ground, that's great. You can just do that, but it can give you some pretty significant advantages.
All right, well, let's see if that's going to be the case. Lunatic, yeah, getting swarmed here. Has to switch weapons. You see him going for them headshots. But he let that horde get a little bit too big for his liking. And now he's going to try to see if he can defend them off. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, let's finish them off first. Loot later.
Yeah, just... they're really trying to loot, but no damage will stop you from being able to open that chest. So what is he going to be able to get? And do some purple. Nothing too extravagant right there. But again, this is right now Brute Force wanting to play as passive as they possibly can. And it does bring them up to just about 400k.
Lunatic swapping to that were form, and he's going to use it to his advantage there. You can see him on the move quick. So,
as he goes in a wall.
Right into a wall, right? That is tradition at this point. Oh, look at that, running up the walls. That's fun.
Yeah, and also one thing I really like about it is that not only can you go at really high speeds when you're in this form, you can also have two buttons, which if you click them, it allows you to do a quick little dash to the left or the right. So if you think you're super predictable and you're just rushing into someone, you can just do these quick dashes to avoid a spray incoming on you. So it's definitely got some things in its kit that makes it really hard to kind of hit those shots. But you got to be careful because you got to get melee range if you want to do damage with it. So you might want to get into a strong position while rushing there in that form, then transform back into human form and shoot with, you know, your MK14 or your AKM, depending on what you want to use. So that's going to be fine for them to do.
But look what happened to Boars.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Gone. Boars completely wiped out. And Gopapesh now in the lead. Yeah, in the lead with 1 million. So, I mean, dude, the big swap, right? When it comes to just loot amount in Zombie Uprising. So, I want to see teams get a lot more aggressive in this map, right? Because you're going to have to hunt down some eliminations.
Yep, I mean, that also, when you're looking at Gopapesh's loot, that is just loot value, 1.1k, right? 1.1 million. So they also have himself an extra 1.2 million of elimination cash on points. So they're just going to be looking so set right now, dude, in the overall rankings. But here we go. Some zombie bosses are going to be taken on by Brute Force. Again, it's better for you to take these bosses when you're away from different teams so you don't get third party, because look at the damage they're doing right now. You've got to be careful. They do quite a bit of work on you if you're not careful. But the
Gotta
loot
bust
they could
out
get
that
is going to be
MK,
quite
yep.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see them just fully unloading onto these bosses. Let's see what happens, dude. What did they get? You see red. That's a good sign. Anytime you see one of them red boxes, you know something good's there.
He yoinked it, but I didn't quite see. But they didn't gain too much in value here, so I don't think they got a gold bar or gold pile. I think they just got themselves some like possible chips and stuff, but definitely nothing of insane
Could
value.
be level 6.
Yeah.
Could be level 6 gear. Be interesting. Because they're probably still rolling for it. So I'm going to keep an eye right now on... Yeah, you can see them taking a lot of time trying to figure out what is the strategy. And they're on the move. But Void, yeah, Void is in the lead, but just by a little bit. They're tied with Go Profesh when it comes to eliminations.
Yeah, we are seeing also Nong Ying and Goat fighting on the exit of Mine Warehouse, so that's going to be a big fight. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, really? Ooh, okay.
I think it was.
Worth it.
Yeah, Lands in the rad. All right, so Void are in the rad. They are trying to hunt down some of these gold bars still. So, yeah, they're going to be the last team when it comes to squads that are in the radiation zone. Everybody else is left.
Yeah.
Brute Force have avoided it altogether. What do you think about that strat?
Oh, I just saw a thermal scope right now, I think, for Pram.
Okay.
Oh, damn it, he's able to loot themselves. But which team? Sorry, I was just looking at some position. I'm looking at Void, like, oh, what are they doing with the 3-1 split? G is trying to check out the exit. Just he's doing a similar playstyle of what Old Boy was doing in the previous game, right? Unfortunately, it was not quite successful for Ball, but it's definitely just kind of a safety precaution to make sure you can actually have a decent chance to make it through this game.
Yeah. You know, when you see a team utilize a strategy, Max, man, and you see them get obliterated, the first thing you want to do, replicate that strategy. You know what I'm saying? Do the same
We'll do it too.
thing. It didn't work for them, but guess what? They're not us.
We're built
You know
different.
what I'm saying?
This is what
We're
they're telling
built
themselves.
different.
I think it's called main character syndrome. Something like that.
Dude, I love it. I love it. Yeah, sometimes, hey, you gotta do it. You gotta do it to flex on the competition, and Void's doing exactly that. I mean, look at that. Goat Babesh gets another elimination, though. So they know what they're doing when it comes to zombie uprising here. Because, I mean, Brute Force's strategy, surprisingly still solid, right? I mean, they have 1.3 mil loot, but 0 eliminations. Oh, yeah, let's see what Arya.
Yeah, zombie.
Oh, he's stuck in here.
You got to get out that room. You got to get out.
Yep.
Oh, he's gonna take quite a
He's
bit of damage
trapped.
there.
Watch this replay.
Some loot.
Yeah,
He's not taking too much damage.
Yeah, no, it looks like he's gonna be all right. Okay,
he's
beautiful. Yeah, he was a little nervous though, right? He was a little nervous there for a second. Let's see what he gets though.
Try to get out. He's like, "Oh, let me out, please!" But no, he's locked in. Unfortunately, a little bit rough.
Oh, he got some goodies.
Woo!
He got some goodies. He got some goodies in here, so he is set up, ready to go. Big come up here for Void. Look at that gold bar,
Whoa.
couple blueprints.
Okay, up and up for them. Already in terms of loot value, I think it's a little small. I think I'm seeing 3.3 million without the 4 eliminations, so that's an extra 1.2 million on top of that. Absolute stonks. And right now, they are looking clean because the teams outside of Mine Warehouse here, Jukes, are fighting each other. Nong Ying and Goat are fighting each other currently, possibly around their location. So they're going to have an easy time also leaving that location. So they are looking absolutely stacked this game. So yeah, Void, maybe a little bit of an upset in the rankings.
Hey, they'll take this all day long because, I mean, they're going to be ahead of everybody by a long shot. That one room, I mean, once it got looted, Void rocket launched themselves up there. And they have 4 eliminations, too. So at this point, it's just about extracting safely.
Oh, that's a big guy right there. He's just big.
Oh, yeah. That's a big boy.
Okay, there you go.
Boom. And he's gone.
He had enough. I'm like, I can't chase you down. I'm just going to explode.
Dude.
Fair enough. He's able to still get himself a heal. Not going to be cancelled by the attack of that zombie. But yeah, currently Brute Force still looking good in terms of loot value. Nowhere near Void, but it's still going to keep them in a decent position in the rankings because, but they might want to start fighting because Void's got 4 limbs, Goat's got himself 5 eliminations. I think that right now the SEA teams aren't really, having a good time outside of Void. That this game is the big first game of an SEA team, but yeah, man, the elimination side of things, Brute Force might need to get a few if they want to remain comfortable in the standings.
Yeah, let's see right now. Yeah, Void just racking up them points. Oh, we got a little battle though. Here we go.
Oh,
Go
yep.
Papesh versus Nan Ying with their duo. This is Nan Ying's chance to have a little bit of a comeback situation. Let's see if they can pull it out.
Yeah, and again, this is huge for Voin because that means that the teams that are trying to gatekeep the radiation zone are going to be wounded in some way, shape, or form. If they might just completely eliminate each other, and then it's going to be free rotation for Voin. So very, very important fight for them. But Nong Ying, it seems like they're just pushing themselves over in the tunnel. So yeah, Nong Ying are just going to be blocked in between the mainland of this map and radiation, in between Voin and Goat. This is horrible to be in that spot if you're Nong Ying.
Yeah, I think it is, but at a certain point, like, oh, losing that last player is going to be tough because now they're down to a solo. Now it's going to be really, really bad. I was about to say, as a duo, you can still make it happen. You have to fight though. Like, you have to fight in your position when it comes to the leaderboard. So I would have liked to see them just work together and just try to make something happen rather than just try to stay face at this point. But oh, now he's in big trouble. He's got to get this knock on the Pram. He's not going to do it in time. Nope. That is Nan Ying out of there. Is Pram going to even loot him up? He's going to have
He's
to.
gonna.
There's no way you just let him go by. Look at how much backpack space. Yeah, he's got way too much space.
I mean, it was
There,
a flush.
half of it's open.
It was a flush instantly too, so he knows that's a squad wipe. He knows that there's no more information that was given to other teams normally. So yeah, that should be a pretty free looting scenario for Pram. And I love what they're doing again here for Voin. When we look at it, Jukes, Pram holding the eastern tunnel and the western tunnel is over to Dree. So not only are check-in teams going in the radiation zone, they're facilitating later rotations to get the hell out of dodge. So the setup is great, and now only Goat, realistically here, Jukes, is going to be gatekeeping the entrance and exits of the mine warehouse. So far,
Yeah.
Voin, again, fantastic game.
Just a huge game for Void there. 5 eliminations, over 4 million loot. These guys are set at this point. Just extract safely, right? And the thing is now brute force's formula for success is gonna start to look a little shaky here because Void, oh look at that, ready to go, just dancing, emoting right next to their extraction.
Not gonna lie, I completely forgot about that. I was like, yeah, I'd have to leave through the tunnel. I'm like, oh wait, no, flare extraction. It's pretty useful in that scenario. Dree is just going to be joining up on that position, and they're going to fully extract without even having to deal with the camping of Goat. So Goat are realistically just wasting a bit of time, but they still had such a great game, so they can allow themselves to do so. But yeah, fantastic from Void if they can deal with this boss though.
Yep, last ball, extraction point. They just got to make sure that they don't let it get away from them. So, I mean, man, that flare coming in clutch here towards the end for Void. They don't got to worry about trying to get away. They don't got to worry about. Oh, Pram's in trouble though.
I got
in
scared.
real big trouble.
He jump scared me for a second.
Yeah,
right in the screen.
He's like, dude, get your health up, Lance, and get him out of here.
He went downstairs. I gotta say, he's very polite, this zombie, because he used the staircase and everything, using the doors. Like he's a very well-educated. Oh, okay, maybe not.
Oh.
Pram, what are you doing?
Not Pram said, no, I'm hunting you down.
You didn't like him. It was rude.
Nope.
Yeah.
Look at Goat. Yeah, Goats was just waiting. They're like, where are these guys at? Where's Void?
Yeah, no idea. They're
Gone.
extracting.
Yoink. See ya.
I mean, you only got 110 seconds left, so Goat are gonna have to give up on this eventually. They
Yeah,
might have an
I think
extraction
they're
flare.
realizing it.
I think they have an extraction flare, which is why they're delaying it a bit, Drew. So maybe they're just, yeah, we can allow ourselves to do so because we can call the extraction flare. It takes about 10-15 seconds for it to arrive on location, and you can instantly get out. So yeah, why not?
Why not, indeed? Yeah, so beautifully done right there from Void. You can see them just taking their time, and they are out of there. So, Goat not going to be able to get the last laugh onto Void. Brute Force are already extracted, so now it's just for them to just walk on to their extraction point. 70 seconds left on the clock. You got to give it up.
Yep. I mean, Brute Force might be thinking, oh, that's a really good game. No, 2.2 million value. And then you're looking at Void and Goat with 5 and 6 eliminations apiece. And that's without really including their loot value, which is 1.8 million for Goat Papesh. And Void's got 4.5 million. Again, showing Jukes how critical it is to play the radiation zone if you can do so. But as you saw with Boars, it's not that easy. You really need to be so cautious when you go and loot over there. But if it's successful, like for Void, you make absolute bank in just one singular game. So Void currently embodying the hope of SEA in this tournament.
Beautiful, beautifully done right there. And that is gonna be it. We're gonna watch Ernest run for his life towards the extraction point and make it on over to safety. So what a game, right? Especially from Voin. Crazy eliminations, crazy loot. And this is the first time we're going to see that gap happen from these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm still waiting. We've been lucky so far, Drukes, but I'm still waiting for that one game where someone just calls the extraction a little bit too late and it fails. And he has like 5 million in his pocket or something. We know it's going to happen eventually.
I
Maybe
know,
not this
right?
tournament,
Could you imagine?
but one day. And that's going to be like a big upset. So we'll see how that's going to go down eventually in the future. But yeah, man. One game remaining, and I really want to check out the leaderboards here, Jukes, to see exactly how close it is, because I'm telling you, we've had some 7 million Metro Cash games, so even if you have a decent lead, that lead can go almost instantly.
Ooh, you can see the players excited. They're shaking their Metro Royale maracas over there, right? These guys are ready to go here. I mean, Zombie Uprising, though, has proven to be a completely different map than before, right? So I think teams have to adjust their strategies big time.
Yeah, those zombies are built different. You can try and just loot those bosses without going in the radiation zone. We've seen it happen for brute force. Not gonna lie though, Chooks, and I'd love to know what you think. I don't think it's as good as radiation zone and eliminations. I think you might still want to go there.
Yeah, you know what? You guys also want to go and click down this code so you can get this blood rose set down here. You better do it quick because it looks like there's only 4.
There's 4 codes, but you can redeem each code 50 times. So there's actually 200. It's quite different. You can loot for yourself. So
that's good math.
Yes, if you have a bunch of alt accounts, redeem it on all the accounts. I'm just saying, you know, it's where you can do it technically.
Get that set. Get that set. That's how you get it done right there. I mean, I can't wait to see these leaderboards too, man, because it's gonna be wild to see just how much we saw Voin, you know, come back after that last game.
Yeah. Okay, with that said, also, don't forget to check out the 22nd chapter of Metro Royale. And there's so much cool stuff in this. Of course, I think the transformation here, Jukes, is one of the like quintessential aspects of this current season of chapter 22. Which one would you transform into, Jukes, if you had the option? Which one are you picking?
Oh, I'm going big old werewolf, baby. You know what I'm saying? I want to run, and I want to run under the moonlight, you know, with my Metro loot to safety. All that good stuff. Look at that.
It's weird though. You're a werewolf and you're wearing a backpack, you know, for all your loot. That's no. It's like what's going on? I didn't remember seeing that in Twilight, but yeah, it works out.
Yeah, it works out. They got big claws, dude. That's a lot of loot they can grab.
Oh my god, listen to this guy. Can he even fit through the? Oh yes, he can fit through the door. I was like, wait, he's too big for this. He's like, no, he's not.
Arias down. Oh, now he's held up again. You hate to see it. Brute force though, consistent as ever. I wonder if brute force after this game are going to adjust their strategies a little bit. I mean, it all depends on what those leaderboards look like.
Sorry, the extraction is so funny. But it's going to change the whole dynamic here of the ranking. So we'll see. Here you go. Your winning team, Pram, Landry, and Aria, with really that clutch extraction in the radiation zone. A total value of over 6 million here, troops. One of our top earning games so far this tournament. So yeah, Voin bringing it back for SCA that currently was at the bottom, but there's still hope. Hope is still there for this team.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy to watch there. I mean, it goes to show one good game could definitely make things happen. They're fortunate. Look at that, the chosen one. Land. I mean, he really made it happen here. And he has for the past 2 games too.
Yeah, he's been absolutely key. And also, by the way, Seven just told us in the chat, but because of these last 2 games, Voin just won $8,000 in these last 2 matches alone.
That's
and it also
right.
keeps them in a position where they can contest for first place, maybe even MVP title. Like, this is the massive game that Voin needed. And that puts them on track to make bank in the game and also out of game. The game cash everywhere, Seven Jukes. Wow, I mean, what's going on?
You know what? If they didn't have 7, they had $8,000,
yes,
right? But you know what? They're going to have hopefully 4 more thousand coming up after this one, because Voin, I think they've started to figure out the secret sauce here, right here towards the end.
Yeah, they're having an exceptional time so far, but we've seen it many times, right? When you get this much amount of Metro Cash in your backpack in a single game, that lead could just crumble in the very last match. We've got one game remaining here, Jukes, and really a lead, sure, it's going to help you out a bit, but if you get an unfortunate spawn like we saw with Sem9 his previous game, it was like divine punishment, it felt like, between the top 2 best teams. It could just ruin your absolute game plan from the get-go, so you've got to be careful, because those spawns are so important in Metro Royale.
Yeah, and you know what, Sem9, it's the worst case scenario, but it was also an opportunity, right? I mean, because at this point they really needed to wipe out everybody if they wanted to stand a chance at this, and unfortunately it just didn't really work out for them. But I wonder, you know, what are we gonna see these teams do here at the last second, right? Void, you can see them being very consistent. They don't mind trying to get that loot, but they're definitely not scared to fight, right? Brute Force, they haven't fought a lot in these past couple matches, so I wonder if those, you know, if those skills are going to be just a half second slower. You know what I'm saying? Since they're not as warmed up as Void is.
The thing is, you can go passive if you've got a decent lead for yourself, but they only had, it's still a significant lead they had before this game, but it was a 4 million Metro Cash lead, right? Which is quite significant, but the moment you decide to play passive and teams are getting 5, 6, 7 eliminations, and on top of that, they're getting most of the loot that is available inside the radiation zone, guess what? They're gonna, like, completely destroy that initial lead you built up for yourself, so you gotta be careful, man. Playing it passive might just not cut it anymore for them. So Brute Force need to get involved in fights. Passive is not going to work for them anymore this game. They need to go hard or go home.
Yeah, I agree, because things are starting to get scary now, because Brute Force, like I mentioned, they haven't played or they haven't gotten into fights in the past 2 games, really, right? They've just been looting up and playing it safe. So there is a factor to that, because that's a lot of time in between matches. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be just kind of like a half step slower than some of these other teams that have been fighting all day here towards the end. So it's going to be interesting to watch for sure.
For sure. Here we go, looking at the scoreboard of this game, not the overall day, just this game alone. Here, how much money was taken home. And sure, Nongying able to get himself at least 300k with that 1 elimination, but really, Jukes, here you're looking at the big hit of this game that was Void. 4.5 million in earnings, and on top with that 5 eliminations, they were able to get over 6 million total points. So again, Void, back-to-back strong games, 8k in 2 matches alone. That's a good day rate. Really good.
That is a good day rate right there. And there's still 1 more left to go. $4,000 more to grab real easy here as we look at the SCA scoreboard. Void on top big time.
Yeah, Void need to keep up this kind of pacing if they want to be able to potentially call themselves the champions here of the very first Metro Royale clash of CA versus SEA. And Sem9, you know what? You're not going to do much more at the bottom there, but might just go hard for eliminations. That is the best way to do it, because right now they have 0 in terms of actual item earnings. But here we go, looking at the Central Asia scoreboard, Brute Force up there and pretty close with Goat Bapesh, and even Boars aren't that far away. Like, we've seen these big 6-7 million Metro Cash games, so there's still potential for Boars to make that catch up.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. It's gonna happen though. I mean, you guys were talking about it too. You saw Brute Force continue to promote, and that's the thing though, right? This team has been passive throughout the whole day. They have just been lucky with the way that they've been, other way, Max, there you go. They've just been lucky with the way that they've been able to position themselves in certain matches, especially in that Arctic one, the first one. They were able to position themselves so well and take full advantage of it. But I do like Hot Jukes, what Void has been doing so far. They have been pushing the action. They have been going towards that radiation. They've been pushing the action a lot more, and I feel like that's why currently going into the last match, they might be the ones that might end up in first place.
That's right, 7. I think Void's doing real good.
Please don't teach me, 7.
No, dude, you're right.
To me, boy.
Hello, let's go right into the final match. Oh boy, man. Yeah, you're right though, 7. You're right, man. We heard it from the man himself, Void, clutching it up here, right here towards the end. It all comes down to this.
Here we go, our last match in Zombie Uprising, and you know what? It was also the 7 Uprising there on the desk. I was a bit spooked. I was going to become lunch right there for a second. I did not like how it was going to go. But looking at the spawn locations here, Jukes, we are going to be having then Goat and Sem9 very close to each other once again. And Sem9, I mean, at this point, there's nothing to lose for them. What you can do is just go super hard and win a game. Win a game, get 4,000. Go for it, send it.
Dude, I want to see Sem9 go nuts. Like, because honestly, like, they need to wipe out everybody and then just be showered in gold piles at this point, right? But still, I'm looking at them on the map right now. They're really close to Goat Bapesh, so they could definitely get active here early.
And also we're going to have on the eastern side of the map, we're going to have Void, Boar, by the way, a massive split currently, a 2-2 split, 2 players south of power plant and 2 players north, actually right on top of where Void currently stand. So I'm not sure what the game plan is for Boar, but they just want to control a large portion of the center of the map here, apparently. And Nongying over to the east, and Brute Force are going to be at school area. So those are going to be the current locations. But it seems like Boar just want to do a mad dash into the radiation zone, and very similar to Void, also seem to want to go that kind of direction. So you snooze, you lose right now, Jukes.
Yep.
You want to send it to radiation zone, you need to be the first team there.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully they get one of those big old keys, because we saw just how much one can work out in that last game right there from Void. Goat Bapesh into the fight early. Both these teams, well, Goat Bapesh especially needs to survive, but Sem 9, I mean, they have to win this fight. And it's not looking good. I mean, $4,000 is $4,000. You'll take that to the bank all day long. All right, yeah, starting to receive a little too much damage, and he said, I'm out of here.
Let me buy my stuff. No, not going to let him, unfortunately. But he's trying a lot of red on the floor here, so going to be able to get himself some decent loot, possibly, for the side of Brute Force. Currently stand at 300,000 gains this game. Currently the top earner. Oh, okay. Oh, he got some good stuff in there. Whoa, how much? Wait, 600k. Okay, Brute Force, chill. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good amount of loot he got there. He's looking pretty stacked.
I'm telling you, yeah. I want to see what some strats that are going to come out, because one thing I was thinking about is, you know, a lot of like players that play Metro Royale religiously, what they'll do is they'll actually only go in with one weapon. You know what I'm saying? They'll only go in with just the MK, because what you could do is you could pick up an enemy's weapon, you know, as your secondary. So that kind of boosts up your loot, you know, by quite a bit. So I mean, I'm not sure. I think that these teams are, you know, just coming in all with the standard amount of loot, but that's always an idea for those of you guys that play Metro.
Yeah, you have to join with the AK and also the MK40. Like, you just have to. So if you drop it, you're losing value, so you don't want to, but you don't quite have the option. But in your normal Metro Royale games, you know, that's a good tip from your boy Hot Jukes. If you are about to play Metro Royale right now while watching the stream, you definitely don't close the tab. You keep it open. You watch.
That's right.
Play.
You watch.
That's the best way to do it.
Yes, that is the way to do it right there. So we're gonna watch Lunatic right now. Just start looting up, getting going. Uh-oh, Nonying almost got backhanded right there. Not good. And now he said, you know what? I'm going for these headshots.
Push him off the building.
And he's gone.
Couldn't quite deal with that. Would be funny if he had like a massive knockback and he just pushes you like, I don't know, 50 meters or something. Just
Brute Force are looted up, man. This is over here they were over by school. Yeah. And they have 1.1 mil. But the thing is right now I'm looking at one team, and it's Void, right? And Void is the only team right now in the radiation zone.
Yeah, the thing is, gatekeeping Void is not going to cut it anymore. Like, you not only gatekeeping them might allow them to just go for the extraction flare and get out of dodge while looting all of radiation zone alone, but you're gonna have to send it really right now, because if you gatekeep it, they're just gonna get it for free. So you might just have to actually go in radiation zone to contest all the loot away and hopefully get a few eliminations on board. So Void really have a good amount of control on that position. Yeah, they might be able to make a big jump into first place, but here's Sem 9 going to be taking their very own fight, and man, oh man, Jukes, they are struggling to remain alive. And sure, AT's got himself a good angle, but is it really going to help? Not really, because he is now the sole player surviving for his team.
That's all she wrote for Sem 9, folks. Nothing we can do about that. But Goat Bapesh, they'll take these eliminations all day long here. So we'll see where they end up, because that fight took a long time.
That's true. Luckily enough, no one is really around to third party this fight, Jukes, which is very important. Third parties were very present in like the first half of the day, but yeah, it's a little bit more chill now. So we are going to be able to have just a clean fight between those two teams of Goat and Sem 9, and unfortunately Sem 9, actually, this is kind of a sad stat I have for you, Jukes. This means Sem 9, outside of elimination points, got no loot earnings. They got 0. The bubble.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you can't extract, then that's a big bubble coming your way. So
yep.
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of room to improve for Sem 9, at least for the next Metro Royale event they play into. So the meta is still, it's still early days. So I'm sure we give them time, and they will come back even stronger in the next Metro Royale clash.
Hopefully we can see that happen here, yeah, because there's only one player still up. Nothing he's going to be able to do at this point, unless he pulls off some kind of miraculous run. But the rest of these teams looking good. Void are still over there in the radiation zone. Boar is starting to get close now. So that's something I'm keeping an eye on. Oh, yeah, look at that. making it into the big room here. Let's see what Arya gets.
I'll have to see. But wait, one of those zombies looks a little bit short. Wait, is that 7 world zombies?
Oh,
7?
That's me.
It's him.
I just gotta. This dude just eliminated me, man. Luckily, though. I mean, Void is doing exactly what we're kind of talking in between matches to him, being able to find that gold pile. GPUs just start adding everything to the tally. This is why I was saying that the way this team is performing, they're looking to be the team that more than likely could end up being in first place. They're just pushing the action when it comes to radiation, and brute force continues to be passive.
my
Jukes,
goodness.
I know you hate when teams change certain playing styles. This is brute force pretty much their bread and butter. This is how they've been playing the whole day. I do hope though, if you're brute force, Jukes, do you want to go and hold some angles to stop Void from getting out if they don't have a flare gun to extract with?
I think you got to at this point. It's the last game, right? It's the last game. Go
Yep.
crazy. I mean, just look at how much earnings Void got, and from this one room alone. This is crazy,
Yep.
right? So they are rocket launching themselves
Oh
up the
my
leaderboards.
God.
Uh-oh. Arya's going to be the one with a lot of the loot on his back, though. So, yeah, look at that. He's
got all the
He's
loot.
got all the loot. Yeah, he really does. He's got all the loot by himself. So Arya, this is now an escort
He's getting
mission
out.
for Void. Oh, he got the flare gun.
He's getting out of Dodge. He's like, yeah, you know what? I made my money. I made my money's worth. I
That's
can
the
leave.
strat.
Yeah, well, Pram and Andri are again, just like the last game here, Jukes and Seven, like they were checking the entry point of the radiation zone and just, okay, all the loot is going to this one guy. He's got the key, he's got all the loot of that room, and he's just getting out of here to confirm that loot because they caught up so massively in that previous game, right? That
Yup.
they could actually become the champions of this Metro Royale clash. So this might be
That's
the
the-
game-winning play here from Arya. Massive.
That's the thing though, right? Do you want Arya to just get out of town,
Yes.
make sure you secure the money, and do you keep the other 3 players still in the match, hoping that somebody's gonna want to push radiation late and go for it and try to go for whatever loot is left, and instead they end up getting those elimination points? This could actually be a great strat for
wait.
this team. I am hoping Arya, you know what? Don't get greedy. Just extract. You literally have 3.4 million out of 3.5.
You got
I
to
mean,
extract
that's
quickly
crazy.
because Boar are pushing in. They're going into the western tunnel right now. They are entering in the radiation zone, so they're going to have to fight here. So as you said here, Seven, you might want to see Arya leave because if he gets eliminated here and all that loot falls in the hands of Boar, that's like they just can't compete anymore for first place. They need to confirm that loot ASAP.
What a play from Void. I mean, honestly, that is so clutch because, I mean, he's going to get out of here with pretty much all the radiation loot all on his back. So at this point, it's just leaving the last 3, right, to go get some eliminations and make something happen by himself.
I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. As soon as you mentioned Boar right there, Max, God, Arya is getting a little bit greedy too. He hasn't extract yet. He's been able to extract. He has had the option for it, and he's just not doing it. And for brute force, they kind of have to be a little bit more aggressive here. I feel like for this team, they don't want to wait until the last second, especially Jukes, and be short just 100K when it comes to total points. Because right now, yeah, you do have some loot value. I think you have, what was it, like I think over 1 mil, just barely over 1 mil loot value total points when it came into the last game. But right now, with the way Void's playing, you're going to be able to secure it. But the thing is that Void, one of the players, ended up getting knocked to Boar.
Yep,
2 now.
yep. Ooh. 2 knock, Max. That is brutal right there. And they got finished, but they did get that player extracted. So they got all that loot, but the rest of the team are going to give up some precious eliminations here, Max. It's going to get real deadly.
I'm sure the loot is really important here, but the most important thing also you got to keep in mind is the Balls is the one picking up the elims, right? That's the big issue. Is the Balls is getting that 300K, maybe even more if they can confirm those extra knocks. So it's going to be quite troublesome for Void. Maybe they can just have the other players trying to extract too, just to deny points away. That's important. Even if you don't have a huge amount of loot, denying that 300K apiece from Balls could be quintessential when it comes to your positions in the rankings. So we'll see how that's going to go down. But here's a quick replay of the loot he got in the room. Yeah.
Oh my.
By the way, brute force is doing it, Jukes. Brute force and Max, they're trying to set up themselves here towards at least towards some of the exit points out of radiation.
Yep.
They know that evac is still, it's going to be available in regards to, I mean, Void has been able to secure some money and whatnot, but that loot value is going to go down because some of those players did end up dying.
It is,
Oh,
but
boy.
Brute Force
man.
full sending it, man. Oh my god, we got 3 teams at the same time in the radiation zone.
Things are starting to get spicy here. What is Brute Force going to do? 0 elimination so far, but I think they're realizing, like, hey, we're going to have to get active and make something happen. Yeah, now we're going to watch the land. Look at this, land on the move. He's by himself, remember, because Arya already extracted. Oh, no, he's going straight for the extraction point. He's out of here.
Yeah, he's got only 71k right now, so if he does go out, it's not going to be a massive loss, but maybe he can get a sneaky elimination at the end. Now that could make a difference. But Ernest in a 1v2, not quite able to get himself the knock, and he's going to be the first casualty in this engagement. Voin just hoping that Lan can just make it out of dodge. He's running away, man. He's scurrying out of there.
Yep. Go Papesh. Final player up. Score pick. What do you think he should do, Seven? You think run away?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly don't know, but I do enjoy what I'm seeing out of Brute Force. I mean, I know we're currently looking at this fight, but what's currently going on in Radiation, that's what's more important to me right now, because you do have Brute Force kind of pushing for it. And guess what? That last player for Voin, he wasn't even able to extract. He ended up getting eliminated, which kind of pushes down that loot value even more towards Voin. Brute Force right now has everything going their way.
Pretty much.
It's going to be crazy to see. I wonder how much he got away with, right? How much that Voin player got out with. That's going to be interesting to watch. But, I mean, Brute Force, so consistent. Again, they did get that one elimination, and that may be all they need.
It could be, but here you go, Ball getting out of dodge here, leaving the mine warehouse area. Same for Brute Force, so they're all going to be leaving that spot. I think we're getting to the point here, guys, where teams are going to extract. You can try and chase down people, but we don't really have too much information, so I think we are reaching the end of this one. And in terms of leaderboards ranking, I mean, Voin had a really good start, but the eliminations that racked up, like for Goat Bapesh in particular, that is going to do quite a dent in the ranking. So it's going to be quite tough to see who's going to be winning this one, but I think it is going to be like down to a sub-million difference, I think.
It's going to be so close. So close. That Brute Force, right? That passive play style, Seven, right? They were so consistent, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, and the thing is that they needed to be a little bit more aggressive, and they got aggressive. They got that elimination. They realized that Voin ended up getting eliminated, at least some of the 3 players. So I'm pretty sure these players are keeping in mind how the leaderboard is currently working, especially for Brute Force. This is now, they're going back to their default, right? They know that they're, in a way, have been able to secure a lot more loot value. They're going to see if they can even secure more by being able to just eliminate that boss right there and see what kind of loot he has. But the main thing, the main factor for me is what I honestly thought was going to be a great strategy out of Voin being able to hold off, just have that one player with a lot of money extract and have everybody else hold off and wait to see if they can maybe pick up on some eliminations. Ends up backfiring, Max, because now you end up losing so much loot value after a lot of your teammates end up getting eliminated for Voin.
Yeah, you lose so much because, of course, it is not just the initial loot that you're able to find, but it's also like, if you're unfortunate, some of your main loot is also going to fall out, right? The rates of that falling off is going to be doubled, so you got to be careful. That could really hurt you, and in this case, it really did hurt Voin. And they also got 0 elims, right? So that's more eliminations are given up to the enemy. They got 3 elims on top of that. So yeah, Voin, unfortunately, really strong potential, but did not quite work out for them. As Nong Ying here just going to be getting some extra loot on board. Currently the second highest team in terms of loot value. This is a team that was super silent, right, Seven, so far. They showed up in the last game. It's a little bit late to do so, but at least they're able to show that there is potential for future events for them to do well.
And even though if it is a little bit late for them to do so, somebody just called out a helicopter. And the thing for Non-G is they do have Brute Force coming up behind them. I wonder if they've even noticed that Brute Force might be creeping up on them, because for Non-G, I mean, they were able to win the engagement. They currently do have some eliminations added to their tally. They're gonna not only have to fight Goat here, Brute Force is going to be hearing this, and now for Brute Force is how aggressive are you feeling? Are you willing to risk it, what you guys currently have, and try to go for this fight? I don't know, guys. I'm stressing out watching this.
I don't think Brute Force can afford to lose at all. Like, I think they need to make sure that they extract at this point.
Yeah.
It's just way too risky here, because I mean, if they go out, that's a big goose egg, Max.
I mean, the thing is, they could third party. Also, you got Nong Ying fighting a solo of Boar right now. We're not really fighting, but there is a play of Boar that could result in a skirmish happening. And Brute Force, if they just want to put the nail in the coffin here, they could try and get involved while remaining pretty safe to the eastern edge, south of Power Plant. I think it's a valid option here, but I don't know, Seven. Like, aggressive or not, I think the Brute Force need to make a decision, and they need to commit to it soon, because you only have 250 seconds on the clock now. So, no matter what you do, you need to be speedy about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the main factor. Being able to commit to it. I mean, Bull right now is just trying to pick up scraps. I feel like the main storyline for me is definitely brute force. They're just holding off certain angles. You also have non-G. I mean, they called on that helicopter to be able to extract. That is an option right there. On top of that, you have Boar now starting. Some of the members from Boar starting to push up as well. Brute force, honestly, I feel like they just extract. I'm with Jukes. I don't think they can afford to lose anybody. Just try to go for that extract and stop worrying about what some of the other teams are currently doing near you.
Yeah, I think they're playing it very safe. You can just see them. They're just looting the outskirts right now, just trying to get every single dollar, right, of this Metro cash that they can get at this point. Because, yeah, they know that, hey, we can't afford to get into an engagement. Let's just play it safe and just see, right, if it was enough. Was it enough to, you know, surpass Voin? Right now, it's looking really good.
It's looking decent. I think it's going to be enough. And they are seeming to go back towards power plant here, so they want to play it passive. They want to try and extract. Not sure if they got an extraction flare, but they spent so much time looting. I think it's very likely they found an extraction flare. So that should be definitely possible for them. Or you just go to your edge of the map and just go to one of the preset spawn locations that they're going to have for themselves. So I think we are reaching the end, but I'm not seeing Nongying or Bo wanting to really stop looting, despite only having 150, so they just want to make use of every second here, Seven, to get as much out of this game as humanly possible, because at the end of the day, it might be down for some teams, right, down to just a few thousand of total earnings to really rank up in the rankings, so every bit of loot counts.
Yeah, and for non-G, they're still paying attention to what was happening there for War. Actually, one of the players from Boars just ended up getting eliminated. I don't know how, but this is what happened earlier here for Goat Bapesh, and then on top of that, non-G. I mean, the fight that team was able to do, and I feel like this was a bit massive too for brute force, for them to finally decide whenever they were pushing into radiation, decide to back off after they got one elimination. They realized that Void ended up getting eliminated. That could be what ends up clutching them the win here. That could be what ends up clutching them that championship status.
You're right, it totally can. And let's see what happens here, right here towards the end. You can see Nanying just knocking out some more zombies. Some of these puppy perros down here as well. Just trying to get set up. Man, this is going to be a close one. It's going to come down to that, just to that total score, right?
Wait.
Did you loot up enough?
Wait, did you see a red drop on that one zombie? That is super rare.
Yep.
That is, I wonder what he got. Imagine he got a gold bar like last seconds. Like, oh wait,
Oh, that'd be crazy.
a zombie dropping on bar. What is that about? That is, I have not seen that in my own games personally. That is rare. Ooh.
I'm trying not to do the math here, guys. I'm trying not to do the math. I think it's still gonna be close. I don't know if I don't know how this is gonna end up working out. I mean, brute force should technically, right, directly end up winning this one. They are gonna be getting non-G. It's actually gonna be able to pass them at the last second. Remember, we still have that battle for whoever's gonna get that 4K out of this match. Nanji with those 4 eliminations on top of that on the loot value, I think that team might have just been able to clutch up at least 4K towards their tally.
I think that's a super smart play from Nongying. They understand, okay, we can't go for the win. We might be able to rank up a little bit more, but especially, man, that 4K per game. Like in the BR mode, we might have like $1,000 per chicken dinner and stuff. Like here, you're able to get yourself 4K. Like 1,000 for each player for one win on a game. That is massive rate per game, and they're just gonna get out of here. Ball gonna try and secure some of their loot.
They did it. Oh, they did it. At first, I thought that Nanying was gonna stop them because there's only so many seconds on the clock. Oh, as a matter of fact, this player is not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna extract in time.
So it's gonna be negative too. So is it actually gonna be non-Gene with the Illims? I don't think, is he gonna be able to get out in time? Let's see.
That's the other player, but one of them's not gonna make it.
Wait.
Oh, so close. Was it in time?
Wait, I don't know.
Was it?
He was going up.
He was going up.
Boy.
Was he safe though? I have no idea. I guess we'll see on the leaderboard.
Suspense.
Right?
The absolute suspense.
Look
One
at
thing
everybody.
is
Nobody knows.
there. Oh boy. Nice seeing you back, man. At least on this type of screens for Metro Royale esports. I mean, the good thing out of this event is that a lot of these teams are going to be able to learn so much, right? We saw some metas. We saw teams being passive and just focusing on the looting. I'm talking about brute force. It ends up working out for them for most of the day, as they were able to kind of hold it, especially after the Arctic base, man. After that match, that team was able to kind of hold out the first place. But has Voin done enough, or did they make a mistake there at the end by not exiting the whole team and just exiting one player?
Yeah, it's, oh my god. That's a good point, Giant 7. Yeah.
This is the tallest I've ever been, Max.
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's
I'm like this.
He's huge. Absolute behemoth over there. But really what's going to be super interesting is not only this is great experience for these teams that played in this event, right, 7, is that we are also able to see this VOD go out there in the open, and for teams that are going to participate in the future Metro Royale events, they can go back on this VOD and like, oh, how do these teams play it out?
Yes.
And what kind of strategy can we come up with? So the amount of like kind of expected growth from these teams and the other teams are going to be watching back this broadcast is going to be massive. So the future is going to be quite cool. What do you think, Jukes?
I think so too. I think so too, Max. I think it's going to be pretty insane, you know, and the big thing here, right, is 7. I got a question for you. All right?
Tell me. Got a big brain right now with how big I am on the screen.
Arctic base versus zombie uprising. Different strategies.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
What do you think?
But, well, different strategies in regards to like what? Because for Arctic base, I feel like the amount of loot that you were even able to get outside of radiation was still good. And I think it would have been able to still outperform what they were able to do here in zombie uprising if they even went into radiation.
For sure.
That's how good that loot was in Arctic base.
Yeah.
Right? What do you think about that, Max?
No, I fully agree. I mean, when you're looking at the zombie uprising mode, I think there's just a little bit more RNG thrown into the mix because, like, you saw there, a zombie drop in a red is like, wait, what? Wait, that's possible? It's just very low odds. But if it happens, guess what? It is going to make you jump up pretty high in the ranking. So a bit more RNG, but if you play your cards right, you might be able to turn that RNG into a big advantage for you later on down the line. So yeah, every map is going to require different type of strats based on like the spawn locations. Where is the loot going to spawn? Does it have like choke point areas to enter and get out? And it's going to be gate kept? Like, there's so much to take into account. So again, the meta, it's something right now is going to be something completely different like a few months from now. It's going to be super fun to check back in then.
That's the main one, right? This is just the first event that we're kind of able to see, at least from the English side, for us as well, for the PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Clash, Southeast Asia versus Central Asia. The thing is, too, by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, if you guys got some feedback on this is the first time we kind of do this, so feel free to leave it in the comments. I'm sure PUBG Mobile Esports will love to go through it and maybe implement some stuff that you guys were able to say in the comments. Who knows? I've seen it happen before, Max.
Yeah, it's true. No, we always like some feedback, you know, unless you're talking about my hairline, then feedback, you can keep it for yourself. But otherwise, we'll see. But man, I gotta say also, the stage, guys, that we had, I think we can agree, was looking pretty sick, right? The stage, and we're gonna have normally the same for PMGO, I hope, because man, if that happens, we're gonna be looking.
Spoiler alert. Now that you said that, they're gonna put it in some kind of article. Maxman said this is gonna be.
No, not again. Not again.
All right, guys. Well, you know what? Let's take it on over to the stage host.
Who's the champion?
Who is it?
2024 года. Вот они, наши чемпионы! Красавчики! Вау, друзья! Это было великолепно. Это была потрясающая игра. Вы посмотрите, какие чистые эмоции сейчас творятся на сцене. Именно ради этого момента ребята проделали столь долгий путь, друзья. Мы поздравляем вас. Вы настоящие молодцы. Давайте так, я не знаю, что было самое сложное. Вот вы у нас ближе всех стоите, с вами и будем разговаривать. Идемте выровняемся, да, только по сцене, ребят, вы чуть наискосок стоите. Буквально 2 слова. Что было самое сложное? Ожидали ли вы победу? Может быть, кому-то приветы передадите?
Понимание команд, как они двигаются. Ну, то есть, короче, большая психологическая нагрузка, в общем.
Отлично, да, неверный выбор. Давайте с кем-нибудь другим поговорим. Хорошо, кто готов пообщаться, ребят? Да, вы готовы, отлично. Что было самое сложное? Подтверждаете ли вы слова вашего сокомандника? Действительно было ли сложно предугадать следующий шаг ваших соперников? Или было что-то еще сложнее?
Предугадать шаг — это было, наверное, самое легкое из всех, потому что метро, в чем суть метро? Ты придумываешь стратегии, но они одинаковые. Это не как Battle Royale, куда напрокать, куда нет. Одно и то же каждую катку, шаблонное мышление людей. Ожидали ли мы топ? Но мы настолько готовились и продумывали абсолютно каждый мув, что да.
Считали ли вы себя фаворитами этого испытания? Или, глядя на какую-то другую команду, думали, блин, вот эти ребята, они, кажутся, очень крутые, с ними, наверное, сложно будет?
Ну, скажу честно, мы ожидали большего от некоторых коллективов. Ну, называть их не будем, но все поняли, о ком мы. Но что получилось, то получилось.
Отлично, парни, вы рады? Давайте поаплодируем сами себе. Я не знаю, мне хочется как-то, чтобы вы больше дали эмоций. Потому что действительно большой путь вы проделали для того, чтобы прийти сюда, чтобы оказаться в центре этой сцены. Я предлагаю больше не откладывать, дамы и господа, и пригласить сюда тот самый чек. Вот он, ваш приз, друзья. 16,5 тысяч долларов на вашу команду. Аплодисменты! Вау, друзья, вау! Вот это действительно очень-очень достойный приз. Вот они, наши чемпионы. Вот они, наши победители. Я не знаю, мне кажется, что вы уже, наверное, придумали, вы уже знаете, что сделаете с этой суммой, друзья. Я надеюсь, все успели запечатлеть, все сфотографировали наших красавчиков, наших победителей, наших чемпионов. Спасибо вам огромное, друзья. На этом наш турнир по PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Clash 2024 года подошел к своему логическому завершению. Хотелось бы сказать всем огромное спасибо, тем, кто принимал участие в организации данного мероприятия, друзья. В любом случае, оставайтесь с нами, следите за новостями, то ли еще будет. Это не заключительный ивент, конечно же. На сегодня мы заканчиваем, но, друзья, в любом случае, ждите продолжения, как я уже говорил, это действительно только зарождение киберспорта в Узбекистане, и мы будем надеяться и будем прикладывать все усилия для того, чтобы это направление только развивалось. Друзья, всем огромное спасибо, всем пока-пока.
There you have it right there, ladies and gentlemen. The champions of the PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Southeast Asia versus Central Asia brute force, being able to clutch it up, hot juice there at the end on that last match.
That's how you get it done there. Look at the SCA scoreboard right there. Boyd Esports, 16 million, 16 eliminations. These guys really went crazy. The brute force, man. They have the strategies for this one.
Yeah, able to play aggressive, play passive, really adapting to these maps, and just 4 eliminations for total earnings of 18 million. They were like, yeah, you know what? Elims, who needs them? Just play.
I love this, Max. I love seeing this graphic right here because of just those 4 eliminations. It goes to show they didn't have to engage that much. And I feel like the main one was, I gotta go back to it, that first Arctic-based match. All they needed to do on that one, 1 elimination, ended up equaling about 3.5 million total points towards their tally. So it goes to show this is different metas here. It doesn't have to be player eliminations. It can be just all the looting that you do.
All the brute force players around the radiation zone, and they just love getting that loot for themselves. And here we go, up there, brute force. 24 limbs and behind them, they got 16 limbs, 22 limbs, like brute force. Absolute menace here.
Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? If I'm correct, if Voin would have actually just decided to back off and exit all their 4 players, they would have been able to clutch it. They would have been able to be the champions. Oh, this is the heartbreak right here for that squad.
It's so brutal, and it just goes to show you that in that last game, right? That player extracting did earn them that 3 mil, right? So they got some good loot from there. But I mean, just $1 million. Yeah, if they all would have extracted, they would have probably been good.
Yeah, and Beceptia, here you go. He's going to be our chosen one here for this game, and 8 eliminations total. Wow. This guy is going to gain an extra $1,000 for himself. So looking so good, man, for this team. Go overall. I think showing the most like variety in terms of overall playstyles here. So they've been looking absolutely fantastic. And again, first big global event here. We have a CA versus SCA, and this is just the beginning of their adventures. And I'm really sure we're going to see way more of the wrong way, by the way, 7.
I had to pull a Max
of Metro. If you pull a Max, you know, that's fair. You got me. Good job.
But yeah, this was actually a lot of fun, man. And as I said from the beginning, I was really intrigued to see how this was going to end up working out. This is in a way the first event that we end up doing. Before we leave, Hot Jukes, any final thoughts?
Man, dude, this is awesome. Well, that's all I can say. It was great to watch the different strategies. 22 eliminations ain't winning you this one. Dude, it's all about that gold piles, baby. Gold piles.
Gold
confetti,
piles
I'd throw it.
indeed. And I know you just smoked a lot there, Max, but anything else you want to add to it?
Nah, I'm just excited for the future of Metro Royale, really, because I'm still fairly new compared to you, Seven and Hot Jukes. Like, you guys have been playing it. Jukes was like the top NA player for some time, so I'm just here like, oh, I'm starting very recently. But I gotta say, it is such an enjoyable game mode, and I think that the potential is definitely there. And I can't wait to see who's going to become the Paraboy of Metro Royale, the true Luke Goblin of this mode. So that's going to be fun to see.
You're looking at him. Not me. That one down there. That look offline, baby. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching the 2024 PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Clash Southeast Asia versus Central Asia. My name is the 7WG. I have had an absolute blast throughout this whole event, honestly. For one day, I wish it was 3. I want to see more out of this, and maybe in the future we'll get a chance to see more. So make sure you guys are subscribed. Make sure you guys are following all the social medias for PUBG Mobile Esports. It has been the 7WG, Maxman, Hot Jukes. Shout out to the production, shout out to PUBG Mobile, and we'll see you in the next one.